Good evening. I'm Kalamazoo City Deputy Manager Jeff Chamberlain, and welcome to tonight's Kalamazoo City Commission meeting of Monday, October 18th, 2021. Tonight's Kalamazoo City Commission meeting is being streamed live on the city's Facebook page and the City of Kalamazoo's YouTube channel. You can also listen to tonight's meeting by calling area code 269-552-6425 and entering meeting ID number 898-8489-7133 when prompted. And you can also call and leave a public comment for tonight's Kalamazoo Public City Commission meeting by calling area code 269-226-6573. And we'll turn it over to Mayor David Anderson to begin the meeting.
Thank you, Deputy City Manager Chamberlain. I appreciate it. I want to welcome everyone who's attending the meeting this evening and watching and listening. Appreciate that. So I want to call this business meeting to order for Monday, October 18th, 2021. Clerk Borland, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Cunningham.
Here in the great city of Kalamazoo.
Commissioner Hess.
Here in Kalamazoo.
Commissioner Knott.
Here in Kalamazoo.
Commissioner Pradle.
Present in the city of Kalamazoo.
Commissioner Urban.
Here in Kalamazoo.
Vice Mayor Griffin.
Here in Kalamazoo.
Mayor Anderson.
Here in the city of Kalamazoo. Thank you, Clerk Borland. For our opening ceremony, the invocation will be given by Father Anthony Rijish. I'm hoping I'm saying that right. Please correct me if I'm not.
Okay.
From St. Joseph Catholic Church. Father, please.
Good evening. We'll pray in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Heavenly Father, thank you for the gift of life, for all the gifts that you are given to us, for the opportunity to serve the people of the city of Kalamazoo, and for these wonderful men and women who are gathering here to commit themselves for the cause of development. Thank you for all the blessings that you are given to us. Send down your manifold blessings, especially on these your servants who so generously devote themselves to helping others. When they are called on in times of need, let them faithfully serve you in their neighbor. Precious Lord, please give them the guidance in this meeting that whatever they plan and discuss might benefit all people of the city, irrespective of the differences. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Father. We're honored by your words and your presence. Appreciate it very much. We do have some proclamations this evening, and I am honored to be reading the first proclamation. Is there anybody from Western Michigan University who's representing that institution here tonight as I read this proclamation? Thank you. I saw your hand. Davida Gardner is here to receive the proclamation for Western Michigan University. I had the honor to attend as inspirational event as you're going to find here that's happened in the last, felt like a couple of years, to tell you the truth, that happened up at Western just recently. A large number of people attended, and it was to recognize someone who unfortunately it is not necessarily well known to those of us who've lived in Kalamazoo now and even for a while. And this was recognizing that a college at the university is now being named after Dr. Bernie Mers Tate. And this is a proclamation to recognize that. Whereas Dr. Tate, born in Blanchard, Michigan, was a stellar student earning all A's and high school diplomas from both Blanchard in 1920 and Battle Creek Central in 1922 high schools, and then studied at Western State Teachers College, now Western Michigan University, where she secured 54 A's and 6 B's, earning the college's highest academic record upon graduation in 1927, have completed a 4-year degree in 3 years. And whereas Mers Tate taught history at Crispus Attucks High School in Indianapolis, Indiana, while earning a master's degree from Columbia University in 1930 and traveling abroad to study at the School of International Studies in Geneva, Switzerland, with an interest in international relations and law, and left secondary education to become the first African-American graduate of Oxford University in 1932, with the assistance of the Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority, Inc. Foreign Fellowship Award of $2,000. And whereas Dr. Tate went on to become the first African-American woman to earn a PhD in political science from Harvard and Radcliffe College in 1941, whereas that same evening was inducted into the Phi Beta Kappa Honor Society with First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt. And whereas Mers Tate went on to travel the world twice and wrote scholarly international works on Hawaii, New Zealand, Australia, South Africa, and traveled with the United States Department of State as a cinematographer and political advisor. And whereas in 1948, she was one of 3 Americans to represent the U.S. at the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, seminar that sought to create international educational materials. And while serving as a professor for historically Black colleges and universities, Barber Scotia College, Morgan State College, and at Howard University, 1942, where she was the first woman in the history department and served as a Fulbright scholar in India in 1950, and was an inventor, photographer, national bridge champion, a foreign correspondent for the Afro-American Press. And whereas Dr. Tate became the first African-American woman to earn a Distinguished Alumni Award from Western Michigan University in 1970, and the American Association of State Colleges and Universities Distinguished Alumnus Award in 1981. She also served the Detroit Mayor's Awards of Merit, which she earned in 1978, and went on to earn several nationally recognized distinguished honors and honorary degrees. And whereas Dr. Vernie Mers Tate's contributions and bequests to Radcliffe College, Howard University, and Western Michigan University through scholarships and endowments provide scholarships for students for generations to come. Whereas, as a member of the WMU Foundation, establisher of the former Mers Tate Center and Medallion Scholarship Endowment, her legacy to continue to make history as WMU celebrates her contributions with the naming of the Mers Tate College as one of the first African-American women honored through the naming of a college on a predominantly white college campus, and the first woman to be honored with the naming of a college on the campus of Western Michigan University. Now, therefore, on behalf of the 53rd City Commission, I, David F. Anderson, Mayor of the City of Kalamazoo, do hereby recognize Dr. Vernie Mers Tate for her role in forever transforming educational opportunities for generations to come, through her legacy to excel beyond the barriers and move in purpose to be extraordinary citizens and contributors to their communities and the world. Ms. Gardner, you have some remarks.
Mayor Anderson, thank you so much. On behalf of the Mers Tate College and Western Michigan University, I want to acknowledge your presence at our celebration and say that we truly appreciated having you there with us. At this time, though, the Dean of the college, I am actually the Associate Dean of the college, the Dean of the college, Dr. Edwin Martini, is on the call, and I would like to defer comments to him.
Thank you so much, Davida. And I will pass it back to you in just a moment, but I also just want to say thank you on behalf of our entire college, our staff, our faculty, and our students, to you, Mr. Mayor, and to the entire commission for recognizing Dr. Tate in this way. As your proclamation summarizes, she was truly a remarkable person who led a remarkable life, and we could not be more honored and humbled to be naming our college after her, our college that offers a new way of serving students, particularly students who are new to campus, new to higher education, and who come from historically underserved populations who might benefit from a little additional guidance in exploring and navigating the campus and the world in the way that Dr. Tate did. So with that, let me just say thank you on behalf of us. We're truly grateful. We look forward to continued partnership with the city, with the county, with the community, and pass it back to Dr. Gardner, our Associate Dean.
Mayor Anderson and commissioners, we would also like to thank you for your continued support of Western Michigan University, and thank you in advance for the work that you'll continue to do to support students in this community as they come to Kalamazoo to be a part of Western Michigan University. Sonia Holland was on here. I believe she was the writer also of the proclamation, and I would be remiss, I think she might be traveling, but I would be remiss in not acknowledging the work that Sonia has done to bring to light Dr. Tate and the work that she has done continuously along with the MERS Tate Explorers to keep her legacy alive. I would also like to give a special shout out to Commissioner Cunningham for his unfailing work in supporting us as we have continued to venture with the MERS Tate Explorers and in doing this work in the city of Kalamazoo. We will continue to call on the city of Kalamazoo and the members of the commission as we move forward in supporting students, and we hope to see you at our continued events, as well as supporting the students in any way possible in their educational endeavors. So again, on behalf of Western Michigan University, Dr. Montgomery, our president, our provost, Dr. Jennifer Bott, Dr. Martini, myself, and the entire MERS Tate College, we say thank you.
Thank you so much for attending our event tonight, and I was completely honored and humbled to be at that event. I mean, we are lucky in the city of Kalamazoo to have Western Michigan University in our presence. So it means just a great deal, and I look forward to doing more good work together. So thank you so much for joining us this evening. It does mean a lot. We do have another proclamation this evening. It's the Lights On After School Day. And I'm sorry to say that I am not certain who's going to be reading that. Does anybody have that proclamation in front of them? Oops. All right. Well, that's a bit of an oversight.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry,
yes.
this is Jeff Chamberlain. I can pull it up here, and if you'd like, if you hold a second, apologies for the technical difficulties here, sir. I could either read it or I could, why don't I screen share it and I'll let you read it, sir.
Or I can read it.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Cunningham.
Lights On After School Day, Kalamazoo, October 28th, 2021. Proclamation on behalf of the city of Kalamazoo. Whereas the citizens of Kalamazoo stand firmly committed to the quality after-school programs and opportunities because they provide safe, challenging, and engaging learning experience that help children develop social, emotional, physical, and academic skills, supporting working families by ensuring their children are safe and productive after the regular school day ends, build stronger communities by involving students, parents, business leaders, and adult volunteers in the lives of young people, thereby promoting positive relationships among youth, families, and adults. Engage families, schools, and community partners in advancing the welfare of our children. And whereas Kalamazoo Kalamazoo, let me get that word right, Youth Development Network, KID Network, has provided significant leadership in the area of community involvement in the education and well-being of our youth, grounded in the principle that quality after-school programs are key to helping our children become successful adults. And whereas Lights On After School, the national celebration of after-school programs held this year on October 28th, promotes the importance of quality after-school programs in the lives of children, families, and communities. And whereas more than 28 million children in the US have parents who work outside of the home, and 19.4 million children have no place to go after school. And whereas many after-school programs across the country are facing funding shortfalls so severe that they are being forced to close their doors and turn off their lights. Whereas the city of Kalamazoo is committed to investing in the health and safety of all young people by providing expanded learning opportunities that will help close the achievement gap and prepare young people to compete in the global economy. Now, therefore, on behalf of the 53rd Commission and the Mayor, Honorable Mayor David F. Anderson of the City of Kalamazoo, do hereby proclaim October 28th as Lights On After School Day in Kalamazoo and encourage our community to engage in innovative after-school programs and activities that ensure the lights stay on and the doors stay open after all children after school, for all children after school.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Cunningham. We are honored to have Meg Blinkowitz here from the Kalamazoo Youth Development Network. Do you have some comments?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Cunningham, Mayor, City Commissioners. Thank you for celebrating the importance of keeping the lights on after school. As the proclamation said, Thursday, October 28th from 4 to 7, we will have a large number of our partners celebrating Lights On After School, a number of after school programs. The young people have made posters, light bulbs, other art activities, and they will be marching in their neighborhoods to cheer and chant to bring awareness to the importance of keeping the lights on after school. We can send a list of the different opportunities if you'd like to participate and be there. And families will be there. It's very engaging and energizing. And we also just wanted to say now more than ever, it is so important to invest in out of school time programs. We are diving into young people gaining those important social emotional learning skills, their identity, their racialized identity, being able to be their authentic selves, creating brave spaces in the out of school time so that adults and young people can work shoulder to shoulder to dismantle the oppressive systems that exist in our community. That is our transition that we're going through in the out of school time. We're moving into what's called critical youth development, and we're all about building those skills for adults and young people. Our theme is to be the domino from Lovey Ajayi Jones. And so she encourages us to be the domino, to speak truth to power. She said, when the first domino falls, the others have no choice but to fall as well. And so we appreciate the support, the ongoing support of the city, and we look forward to partnering with young people as we work toward a more equitable future for youth in Kalamazoo.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you being here and sharing those words with us. And we really appreciate the work that KidNet does here in Kalamazoo. Really makes a difference. So thanks once again. So commissioners, you have before you the agenda for tonight's meeting. Are there any changes commissioners would like to see? Seeing none from Commissioner Pradel, yes.
Mr. Mayor, I just remember from the committee of the whole meeting, there was one caller who requested that, I think it was G, I can't remember which one, it was the minutes and the consent agenda, had asked to have that moved to the regular agenda.
believe that is item G17.
Yeah, that sounds correct.
Manager Ritzma.
Yes, as was noted in the committee of the whole, item G10 is going to be removed this evening at the request of the property owner. And we're going to move item G12 to the regular agenda.
All right, so noted. All right, next item is communications. City Manager Ritzma.
Yes, Your Honor, we had slated for the committee of the whole a presentation on the Foundation for Excellence budget. We moved it to this part of the regular agenda, and I'm going to turn things over to Steve Brown, our Foundation for Excellence manager.
Thank you, Manager Ritzma. And Manager Brown.
Good evening, Mayor Anderson. Are you able to hear me okay and see the slideshow?
Yes.
Wonderful. Greetings as well, Vice Mayor Griffin, commissioners. This is Steve Brown. As City Manager Ritzma said, I'm the FFE manager with the City of Kalamazoo, and I'm pleased to present the 2022 draft City FFE budget this evening to you and our community. Over the next 10 minutes or so, I'll recap the purpose of the Foundation for Excellence and share the draft City budget. This evening's presentation is purely informative and no action is being requested as in previous years. The final city budget will be brought back to City Commission as part of the overall budget approval process this winter. The mission of the FFE is what we call the Foundation for Excellence, which was created by the board in 2018, is to support the goals of the City of Kalamazoo, fund aspirational investments in the city, and empower Kalamazoo residents to achieve the lives they want for themselves and their families. The FFE was created in 2017 to support the city's general fund, lower property taxes for all city taxpayers, and support aspirational projects each year. To date, the FFE has invested more than $120 million in the city and its partnerships. And by the end of this proposed budget year, that investment will have topped $157 million. The FFE Articles of Incorporation focus and guide the work of the foundation in 4 areas. That's to address generational poverty, to promote youth development and employment for youth as well as adults, especially those returning from incarceration, to address capital and human infrastructure improvements, and to develop and implement neighborhood improvements. It's always worth highlighting as well the 10 goals of Imagine Kalamazoo that the community determined to guide all of the work of the city, and those are shown here on screen. I hope that everyone watching this evening can count at least one way in which the FFE has positively impacted them or their loved ones since 2017. I'd like to highlight as well, the FFE is led by a diverse 15-member board. That board includes 10 stakeholders, each representing a community interest such as healthcare, education, or business. And the FFE board operates fully to Open Meetings Act standards, meaning that the level of unprecedented access and transparency is available to the public. For more information on that, and for meeting agendas, for minutes, and an entire document library on the Foundation for Excellence, you can visit the city's website. Of course, we were all thrilled to report news this past July that a $400 million commitment was made to the FFE's Permanent Endowment Fund that will be received over the next 10 years. And in addition to a previous $100 million gift, establish a $500 million endowment that creates a permanent and sustainable future for FFE. This commitment builds on FFE's proven track record of success over the last several years, fulfilling the transformational goals of the Imagine Kalamazoo 2025 vision and master plan. Tremendous thanks are due to all donors. This is a great opportunity to just highlight how the FFE endowment works and to just maybe describe the term endowment. Really is just an investment that lasts forever and generates revenue that organizations can work with. So the public donations of all sizes are invested in the FFE endowment. That endowment then generates enough earnings or revenue each year to give a grant to the city. The city then uses those grant dollars to improve Kalamazoo, and to realize the vision of Imagine Kalamazoo. So to date, we can say that really innumerable new investments in the city would not have been possible without the FFE. A short list includes our strong response to COVID, hundreds of small business loans and grants, hundreds of new affordable housing units throughout the city, youth programs that have impacted thousands of young people, citywide infrastructure investments such as sidewalks and tree plantings, and of course, the entire Shared Prosperity Kalamazoo grant process. Now I'd like to present the draft 2022 city budget. So here you'll see a pie chart, which is a breakdown of the overall FFE investment since 2017. You'll see the top line value at the end of this year would be over $157 million. And you can see the tax reduction is just over 50%, and the balance being made of budget stabilization and aspirational project investments. In total, the FFE represents about 25% of the general fund budget again this year. The investments align with the FFE requirements and Imagine Kalamazoo goals that I highlighted earlier in this presentation. And you can see here the breakdown. The alignment is why you're going to see that infrastructure, economic development, youth development, and affordable housing are by far the largest share of our activity. And the aspirational top line you can see in the upper left corner, since the FFE was created, is now just about $53 million at the end of next budget year. So here I'll show several slides that go through line items of the budget. Here we see aspirational budget proposal for 2022 in the areas of youth development. Previous projects are proposed to continue. So you'll see the familiar ones: My City, Summer Youth Employment, All Things Possible, and Super Rec, as well as exploratory work in the area of childhood savings accounts. And here, as in other slides, areas that are not proposed for continued funding most likely have adequate funding from previous years and are not requiring funds this year. They may see requests in the future, however. Under great neighborhoods, I can highlight that there's a continuing $1 million for sidewalks next year that's being proposed. Safe housing includes dangerous building demolition, which is part of the overall housing strategy and of course part of safe community, and homeowner critical and code repair. Other areas include traffic calming, tree planting, support for two-way street conversion, and an outdoor fitness park with parks and recreation. On the economic development slide, we see this work, which is led by Community Investment Team, continues to invest in local small businesses. Major investments in affordable housing continue with Pathways Home, which is intended to help transition Kalamazoo residents from homelessness to home ownership. And the Business Development Fund continues major investment in collaboration with the United Way of the Battle Creek and Kalamazoo region. That's for over $1 million of support. So you can see that the major investments in business development, economic development, and affordable housing continue. And lastly, for line items, we see the modest overhead is maintained this year, comprising mostly 5 personnel on city staff that are dedicated to realizing the work of FFE and Imagine Kalamazoo. And as you can see, the contingency fund remains funded from several years ago, and there's no request there. Furthermore, the FFE expenses, those have been transitioned over directly to the endowment account, so no longer come through the annual grant to the city. This last budget slide shows the overall budget picture. So budget stabilization is calculated from the initial structural fund balance shortfall identified in 2017. And the tax reduction is calculated as the difference in what would have been earned by the city at the previous tax rate of more than 19 mils and the current rate of 12 mils. And a mil is $1 per $1,000 of assessed value. The total city FFE budget proposed for fiscal year 22 is $26,200,747. That is up just slightly from last year. One final note is that, as in previous years, the bottom line is subject to adjustment before the final budget proposal is brought back to City Commission this winter. Finally, I'd like to thank every member of the community that contributes to FFE in whatever way you're able. This can include volunteers. This also includes our partners, We can all help ensure the success of our cycle of impact in the ways that really make sense to us. This also, of course, includes the donors, large and small, who really deserve our kind of unending thanks for helping to make this project possible in the first place. And I'd also like to thank the board, the FFE Board of Directors, who are named on screen here. It's been an honor to work with and to serve the group. We continue to move forward with a very positive tone for the work that we do in 2022. For anyone interested in learning more about the foundation in really any capacity, I encourage you to visit the city's website, kalamazoocity.org, and to visit the Foundation for Excellence page on that website, and also to follow the city on social media. We have innumerable constant updates about projects, proposals, different opportunities, events throughout the city on social media that really add a lot of value for those who live here. And so now I will end the screen share and I can answer any questions that commissioners may have. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Manager Brown. I appreciate that. Any questions for Manager Brown at this moment? I don't see any. So thanks once again for being here and for the fantastic work you do there at the Foundation for Excellence in concert with the city.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Manager Ritzma.
No further communications, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. I would now like to open a public hearing to receive, oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yep. We're doing this before comments, right? Our next thing? Yes, okay. So I'd like to open a public hearing to receive comments on a resolution approving the 2020, is that year right?
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. The 2020 Kalamazoo Mall Sidewalk Maintenance Assessment at a per foot cost of $16.018. Is there a staff presentation on this item?
No, Your Honor. There are staff available for any questions.
Also, we did receive comment cards which were distributed to us by the city clerk shortly before the meeting. They came in too late to be included in the agenda packet. Any questions for staff from commission on this? All right, seeing none, Deputy City Manager Chamberlain, are there any public comments on this item?
There are no public comments for this public hearing, sir.
All right, hearing that there are no public comments, I'd now like to close the public hearing. Commissioners, the recommended action is a motion to adopt the resolution. Is there a motion?
I'll move that.
Support.
Motion made by Commissioner Hess, supported by Commissioner Cunningham. Discussion? Commissioner Hess.
Can we clarify the 2020 Kalamazoo Mall sidewalk maintenance, and why is that not 2021?
If I may, Your Honor, answer that question from the commissioner. So these fees or this assessment is done in arrears. So this covers all the expenditures and costs from FY 2020, which essentially occurred last winter. So that is correct that these costs are being billed back, if you will, from work that occurred over the 2020 fiscal year.
Thank you, Director Baker. Any other questions or discussion? All right, seeing none, Clerk Borling, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Hess,
Yes.
Commissioner Knott,
Yes.
Commissioner Pradel,
Yes.
Commissioner Urban,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Griffin,
Yes.
Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Cunningham.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioners. The resolution is adopted. Now is the time for general public comments. Deputy City Manager Chamberlain, do we have any public comments?
Yes, sir, we do. We have quite a few, and we'll begin with those right now.
My name is Lindsay Ray. I am a resident of Kalamazoo, Michigan. I want to start off by expressing my deep sadness and empathy for our unhoused neighbors. I have been following the situation closely and can only imagine the frustration of those it is directly impacting. Foundational to relationships is trust, and through that comes collaboration, giving the power to those closest to the pain. Perhaps viable and workable solutions could come through collaborating with our unhoused neighbors instead of violently evicting them from their encampments. Literally kicking what you view as a problem down the road or outside of city limits isn't going to resolve the main issue here. That being, we have many unhoused neighbors in the city with nowhere to go. I'm asking you all to find empathy, stop the sweeps, and drop the charges of those that defended our unhoused neighbors. Violence and enforcing the saviorist mentality of helping is a waste of time. These are human lives with experiences that can educate all those involved with the best way to move forward.
My name is Amy Albertson, and I've been a resident of the city of Kalamazoo for over 20 years. I've lived at my current address since 2003. I live at 1416 East Alcott. I'm calling in regards to what has transpired over the last 2 years with the people who moved in next door at 1412. I have contacted the 311 Animal Control, CPS, and the police department. We also have a contract with Orkin to deal with the cockroaches that have come since the people moved in. The amount of garbage on the front and back of their property is outrageous. The smell is rancid. On a hot summer day, you can smell it in a 5-house radius. They have absolute disregard for other people. They are unpredictable. At all hours of the day and night, there is no real warning. They will spill out onto their front lawn or into their backyard, and they will be screaming at each other and screaming obscenities at the top of their lungs. There are 2 rifles in the house and a handgun that I've all seen with my own eyes. There's also a registered ex-felon or a felon living at the house. There are 18 people, so 18 with adults and children. There are at least 5 to 6 dogs that I've visually seen, but I suspect that there's more. There's a trailer that people are living in the backyard. They've wired electricity from the house to the trailer. It's out of hand. I would like the city to possibly consider maybe some changes in the laws of what kind of management companies can own homes, because the company that owns it is out of state. They're also being sued in 2 other states, in New York and Texas, for default on leases. They don't care. I contacted them several times, email and telephone. They have no regard for what's happening. The people in the house destroying the property, and they've thrown garbage into our yard. They profane at us, and we've tried to confront them about things. We've tried about it. They just continue to use that politeness. They pull down our drive. They park on our walk. They park in front of our driveway. There's no regard for other people. We feel like we've exhausted. All resources of the city and the police department. I'm just asking for the city. How can we help? How can we prevent this situation? We're going to, and I know several of my neighbors are considering the same, because.
My name is Audrey Seilheimer. I'm a mother of 2 in the city of Kalamazoo. I'm calling to ask the board to speak out against the disenfranchisement of the Black population districts in our county seat redistricting. I also am asking you to vote no against tax incentives for Kalamazoo-based industrial plants who are polluting and likely affecting children's lungs and property values for neighbors living within the vicinity of that pollution. I also wanted to ask commissioners to please reconsider the plan to have the native mound in Bronson Park dug into, landscaped, and edged with rocks and signs. I know that it was announced several weeks ago that there was an ad hoc committee whose members have not been disclosed to the public, who had advanced a plan to, quote, beautify the mound with a new landscaping plan, 4 signs, and rock edging around the mound. And in that media release, Gun Lake Tribe leadership, Phyllis Davis, was quoted as saying, "Just keeping it true to nature for what it is a really beautiful goal to have for those ancestors." And even though Deputy Chamberlain had mentioned that there was tribal involvement and approval, I don't know that any of the Bronson Park Capital Campaign donors or the public were properly engaged who generationally use the park. And I don't see that there's any rush to develop the mound that's been there for centuries. It predates the park. So I'm asking for you to reconsider this plan and get more public feedback, and to perhaps publish who's on that ad hoc committee and why it was formed to decide to landscape over the native mound. Thanks for considering these thoughts.
Good evening. This is Dorothy Appleyard. I am a resident of the city of Kalamazoo. I'm disturbed that on the heels of the OIR report and Chief Coakley's assurances that the new policies were being implemented, that we are once again faced with questionable police conduct during the dismantling of the homeless encampment. Leadership response to this event was to point fingers and blame others. In spite of having incredible resources and talent, Kalamazoo is no longer a great place to live. It's less safe, less healthy, and less equitable. This is your legacy, and it's time to step up and be accountable. We need change, and we need it now. Thank you for your time and attention.
My name is Kathy Wall. I live at 1415 East Alcott in the Edison neighborhood in Kalamazoo. I bought my house in 1990 with the help of the home ownership program. They helped me greatly with some initial rehab, and over the years I have updated the house as my time and finances have allowed. I now have a lovely home. In September 2019, some folks moved in across the street. We quickly suspected drug activity because of the frequency of traffic. We reported to KVET, and they were made aware of our concerns. In March of 2020, they hit my neighbor's car and fled the scene. They have brought loud, vicious arguments, blight, exhaust fumes from their 6 junk vehicles, cockroaches, litter, incessant barking by the 5 dogs, and an AR-15. Despite calls to the police, their behavior has not changed. To my knowledge, there are 14 people on the property, including children. Calls to CPS have proved frustrating because none of the workers have been allowed into the home. Soon after they moved in, we researched and found that the landlord was a property management corporation on the East Coast. I called with my concerns, but I've never heard back. In the meantime, we've been told by the police that they can't be evicted because they're leasing to own. The living conditions became so repugnant to me that I could no longer tolerate it. I also became increasingly afraid as every time I called the police, they retaliated in some way. I have evidence of this on my phone. I was fortunate to have 2 good friends, one of whom took in me and my dog, and my cat went home with the other. There are now 4 households in an immediate proximity to the house of concern that are considering selling. If their homes are bought by another property management corporation that doesn't vet their potential residents, it may result in more of these problems. I think that our street is worth saving. I have contacted Building Blocks and intend to apply for 2022 funding for East Alcott. I have also called Kalamazoo Habitat for Humanity. Here's a brief description of Habitat's current national renovation project. They initially meet with the neighbors to learn their needs, and these could range from housing repair to organizing neighborhood safety to improving parks. Their goal by 23 is to improve the quality of life in 10 different neighborhoods across the country, including Muncie, Indiana, and Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. They also support local habitats by sharing resources, fundraising, and training, and I believe we can greatly benefit from their local leadership and perhaps pave the way to benefit from their revitalization project with the help of Habitat and our community. Please read about their project at habitat.org and click on neighborhood revitalization. Thank you for hearing my concerns and possible solutions.
Hi, my name's Nina Sechrist. I am a city resident. I'm calling about 1412 Alcott. I have a good friend whom I've known for 28 years who lives across the street from that property. And I just wanted to say that unfortunately their behavior has, I know that COVID has presented a lot of challenges for many people around the world. And these folks have had a lot of intervention in the low 40s of number of police interactions since January 2021. There's debris in the yard, garbage in the yard. They drop things in the street. CPS has been there. There are folks living there in excess of 11 people. So the way that they handled that, their solution was to pull a motorhome into the backyard. They have 5 dogs whom I don't believe are licensed. They've had pests, and they've also there's a gentleman there that has an AR-15 and he walks around the yard with it. There was drug sales earlier in the year, like about actually 2020, that seems to have abated. But I'm very concerned that this behavior has been kind of, although it has been addressed at times, nothing's been done to kind of have a permanent solution to this. And I'm afraid that the neighborhood, I'm afraid to go to visit my friend at this point. Their conversation is often loud. Their music is loud. They've been threatening and called names and tried to humiliate and demean people who have any kind of interaction with them. So I just really want you to know that I think we can do better for the other residents of Kalamazoo. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. This is Carly Walter again, and I live in the Kalamazoo city. I urge the city to change their thinking framework to a more humanistic lens when it comes to working with the unhoused population. The citywide sweeps have forced many residents to lose all of their belongings. Medications, tents, tarps, blankets, and all sorts of items that once made up a person's home was bulldozed like an old building. As we know, the weather is taking a turn and winter is almost upon us. Forcing people out and offering a single solution, the mission, is not equitable, kind, or really a healthy response at all to a citywide situation. It seems as though the fact that these are humans has been lost in translation to the city's response. As a trauma-informed student of the social work program here at Western Michigan University, I've been involved with different community members and organizations working to find a solution. And mind you, many people and many organizations have been trying to implement changes for some time, but there's a lot of red tape that we all know of. The Safe Camp model proposed by the Kalamazoo Coalition for the Homeless addresses many concerns, including safety, sustainability, equitability, and independence emphasis as a tangible solution for the unhoused population. Change is needed, and whether you make the people invisible or not, they're still there, they're still humans, and they're still residents of this city. Time is of the essence and lives are at stake, and I beg you to think kindly, equitably, and most of all, urgently. Transitional housing units are needed, safer, lower income options are needed, but we need to do something now, and we need to do something fast because these are people. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Leander Robbie. I'm a resident of Kalamazoo and also work with the Kalamazoo Coalition for the Homeless. Time is of the essence as we think about our homeless population. It was 44 degrees this morning, and that time is running out. Forecasts for our winter predict a much harsher conditions this year than years past. Our homeless neighbors are getting swept over and over again across the city as they lose their possessions, including their tents and shelter, creating a much greater amount of chaos in their already chaotic lives. The city has the chance to make much better decisions, providing wiser and equitable solutions for all its citizens, not just a portion of them. We invite you to consider our coalition plan, and regardless of what you do, to act as soon as possible. Lives depend on it. The Kalamazoo Coalition for the Homeless has consulted repeatedly with members of our homeless population, Kalamazoo organizations, and other communities outside of Kalamazoo who are effectively aiding their homeless citizens. These consultations have led us to develop a comprehensive plan outlining next steps for developing smaller, safe camps. This model has been proven effective in multiple communities across our country. A safe camp could house as few as 6 or as many as 20 insulated, heated, locking shelters, which could serve from 6 to 35 people in a camp. This safe camp concept provides a scalable infrastructure design that is easily adaptable to the Kalamazoo area. Our complete plan includes an application process, selection criteria, as well as a detailed 8-page plan outlining the safe camp model and infrastructure needs that already exists. This plan, while complete at the moment, could easily be adapted based on community input and partnership with other organizations. We urge you to stop the sweeps and do the right thing. Urgent action is needed. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Matthew Carl, and I am a resident of the city. I urge the city to change their thinking framework to a more humanistic lens when it comes to working with the unhoused population. The citywide sweeps have forced many residents to lose all of their belongings. Medication, tents, tarps, blankets, and all sorts of items that once made up a person's home was bulldozed like an old building. As we know, the weather is taking a turn and winter is almost upon us. Forcing people out and offering a single solution is not equitable or kind or really a healthy response to the citywide situation. It seems as though the fact that these are humans has been lost in translation in the city's response. As a trauma-informed student of the social work program here at WMU, I have been involved with different community members and organizations working to find a solution. The Safe Camp model proposed by the Kalamazoo Coalition for the Homeless addresses many concerns, including safety, sustainability, equitability, and the independence emphasis as a tangible solution. Change is needed. Whether you make the people invisible or not, they are still there. They are still humans, and they are still residents of the city. Time is of the essence, and lives are at stake. I beg you to think kindly, equitably, and most of all, urgently. Thank you.
Tanisha Smith. I urge the city to change their thinking framework to a more humanistic lens when it comes to working with the unhoused population. The citywide sweeps have forced many residents to lose all of their belongings, such as medication, tents, and other items that once made up a person's home. All of these items were taken from these individuals, and their home, what they know as their home, was bulldozed like an old building. As we know, the weather is taking a turn, and winter is almost upon us. Forcing people out without a single solution is not healthy, kind, or an equitable thing to do. It seems as though the fact that these are humans has been lost in the translation to the city's response. As a trauma-informed student of the social work program here at WMU, I have been involved with different community members and organizations working to find a solution. The Safe Camp model proposed by the Kalamazoo Coalition for the Homeless addresses many concerns, including safety, sustainability, equitability, and independence, emphasis as tangible solutions. Change is needed, whether you make the people invisible or not. They are still there. They are still humans, and they are still residents of this city. Time of the essence and lives are at stake. I beg you to think kindly, equitably, and most of all, urgently.
My name is Tim Sheldon. I'm a Kalamazoo resident, and I would like the Kalamazoo Public Safety to stop sweeping the unhoused population here in our city. And I would hope that all the charges that were brought against the individuals trying to help the unhoused population are dropped immediately.
Hi, my name is Carol Oakes, and I live in the city of Kalamazoo. And I'm calling because my friend Kathy Wall is going to make a statement to you guys. And I just want to say that I hope you listen to her. I've known Kathy for 40 years. She and I frequently visit each other's homes, and I don't want to go over there anymore. It is such a horrible environment. So she's trying to be very positive and proactive. She's let this kind of fear and the rest of the neighborhood too, and rightly so, but they're going to try and take back some of their neighborhood, and they need your support. So I really hope you'll listen, because some really horrible stuff goes on over there, and there's kids involved and animals, and it's a real hostile environment and very threatening, and also bringing property values down. And so please listen to her, and please support her if you can. Thank you very much.
It is my hope that Kalamazoo and the surrounding community can work to become a place where
If individuals are in need of housing, the mayor and community servants will show up to make it happen for them, not to continue to abuse them. All charges need to be dropped. Everyone deserves a home. No one needs to sleep outside. Let's use some of that $800,000 for golf carts and get charges dropped and people homes. Please and thank you.
Hello, my name is Darian, and I am a Kalamazoo resident. I just wanted to call in and say that if there's a renegotiation of the police union contract, please reconsider that and take into account the sweeps that have been happening over the past few weeks in Kalamazoo, which is pretty much a death sentence for unhoused people right before winter to lose all of their belongings. And asking them to get outside of city limits when they don't have transportation or a way to do that, because many cars have been impounded, is unjust. So now, as we see in the city, these unhoused people are right downtown because they've been asked to go to the Mission, but the Mission turns away trans people. It separates families, and they don't even have enough beds right now, and they won't offer a bed to every type of unhoused person that exists in our city. So now these unhoused people are right downtown in Kalamazoo, which is, it seems, the exact opposite of what these sweeps have intended to do. Many people have been brutalized as a result of these sweeps, including the unhoused people who have lost all their belongings, but also some who were arrested by KDPS. So I would just like to share those thoughts with you all, and I hope you take those into account when you make your decisions tonight on behalf of the city that you serve. Thank you.
My name is Mabel, and I live in Kalamazoo, which is also occupied Potawatomi territory. For the past couple of years, I've been working with my unhoused neighbors to meet their needs, focusing on meals, but also clothes, tents, heaters, safe places to camp, and help accessing services. I was present last Wednesday when the police gave my friends 5 minutes to leave their home. I was there again when the police terrorized protesters on Friday, housed and unhoused alike. I have spent a lot of my time listening to what my neighbors and friends have to say about living without a house and what services are offered to them. They've told us about the Mission, which still excludes trans and queer individuals, steals people's belongings, and time again is compared to being in county jail. They've told us about ISK, how they will promise to get people housing and then ghost them on the phone call. They tell us that even if they were to receive a housing voucher, that racist and classist landlords would deny their application. They tell us about the nonprofits that claim to be helping, how the Hotel Intervention Project and the Nights Inn were just scams. People were treated like prisoners, separated from their friends and support systems. Promises were broken over and over. While most were staying in the hotel, the city swept the Mills encampment, telling all who were left to go to the Ampersea camp. Then, again this past week, they swept that camp, and 10 more camps in 10 days. Some in the middle of the night. The message is loud and clear. If you pitch a tent in city limits, Kalamazoo Public Safety will continually unhouse you until you leave. I read somewhere that those of us who stood up for the camp were being called outside agitators. I am calling in tonight not to address the city commission because we all know where you stand and it's not with the houseless. I'm calling to address everyone who called in tonight and who is listening intently to these comments. Everyone who has unhoused loved ones or has simply donated supplies or plans to donate, or who, on principle, will always fight for the most vulnerable in your community. The services that the city offers constantly fall short. The city commissioners have to play politics, but we do not. The nonprofits have millionaire funders to appease, but we do not. We aren't standing up for what's right because it's our job. We're standing up for what's right because it's right. My friends and I are not outside agitators. We are part of this community, and our community is only getting stronger. I've learned so much these past couple of years about care, survival, and resilience. I can't properly express how little this meeting matters to people who are just trying to not freeze to death this winter, and I intend to stand with them in that fight too. It is a vibrant network of collective care that will keep that from happening, and the length of this public comment section should reflect how far we've come. To all the outside agitators out there, keep up the good work. Solidarity means we stand together no matter our backgrounds, no matter our individual fights. It means I've got your back if you've got mine. So whether we're talking about golf carts, environmental racism, or the camp sweep, we are talking about solidarity in the fight against oppression, and it's past time that you pick a side. Stop the sweeps, drop the charges, and abolish the police. Thank you.
My name is Victoria, and I'm a citizen of Kalamazoo. It's been really hard to find words to express just the disappointment and anger and disgust I've been feeling watching what the city and KDPS have been doing to our neighbors. I trust my neighbors will sufficiently underscore the absolutely atrocious and inhumane behavior of KDPS and city officials towards our unhoused neighbors and towards the individuals who were standing in their support. I know David Anderson doesn't want to hear from constituents unless we are giving him praise or giving him some solutions. So I've got some solutions. You could use some of the $400 million to house people. Instead of chasing them out of our city, you can pay for rentals. You can get those land bank houses. There should not be empty houses in our community when people need housing. It's a pretty simple equation there. If you refuse to believe that the city has the capacity to help people, you could appeal to the state or a federal government for support because this is an emergency. People are going to die as a result of these sweeps. I have to repeat that. People are going to die because of your actions, David Anderson and Jim Ritzma and KDPS officers. Here's another idea, though. This one's my favorite, actually. David Anderson and Jim Ritzma, perpetrators of violence, resign. Get out of the way and let someone else do something.
Joe Byers, city resident. I'm calling first to talk about the 5-year tax break for graphic packaging. You know, it's all been said. People have called in last year, this year, numerous times. Our neighbors have been dealing with graphic packaging for decades, and it's well documented. It's well known. They're poisoning our black and brown neighbors in that area of the city. When you all vote for this, you will be also complicit in poisoning our black and brown neighbors. The second thing I'd like to mention is the disgusting, violent, and brutal evictions of the unhoused camps and the way that protesters were treated. I thought there were new guidelines that had been put in place since last year on how to handle protest. Apparently, the memo hasn't gotten out. Some of the things that I witnessed myself, KDPS attacked protesters by macing, punching, kicking, and brutally tackling them. Then they denied medical attention to those who asked. KDPS immediately arrested a 50-year-old unhoused veteran, swiping his legs out from under him and piling on top of him, rendering his legs unusable. KDPS threw an Afro-Indigenous mother to the ground, ripping her medicine bag off, then denied her medical attention. She was unable to stand or walk on her own for days afterwards, and she also spent the weekend in jail, which we celebrated Monday was Indigenous Peoples Day. While in jail, a trans protester was interrogated about her anatomy in front of the entire cell block and was also denied her medication. KDPS gave residents of Tent City 5 minutes to pack what they could and leave their homes. What was left was bulldozed. Everything, people lost everything. Their groceries, their tents, their animals, their important documents, their medications, their children's artwork, their memorials. KDPS again swept the camp that had formed nearby after residents had nowhere to go. This is when the violent arrest occurred. I'm demanding of the city drop the charges and stop the sweeps.
Hello, this is Marie. I'm calling for the City Commission meeting public comments. I'm just really disappointed and outraged at the city. Why are you brutally attacking our unhoused population? The treatment is abhorrent and cruel. There's no need to be doing the sweeps. Please stop doing the sweeps. Please drop the charges for the protesters that were brutally attacked and beaten, assaulted, maced by police a week and a half ago. This is just not okay. Please stop the sweeps and drop the charges.
My name is Melissa, and I have a comment regarding the evictions of the houseless community. The level of incompetence and cruelty that have taken place these past few weeks is completely disgusting. The houseless situation in Kalamazoo is not new. Why now? Why right before the cold? Why at all? If any of you cared, you would have been in the camps in person, getting to know the tenants and helping them way longer than just a week or two before you plan to evict them. The people the police assaulted, they've been there helping for years now. They took food, clothing, whatever was needed, and they did it without judgment or demands. They listened and responded. You sent politicians and power seekers to attempt to coerce strangers to follow your plan of what is best for them. This wasn't because you care about them or their safety. You want your perfect picket fence city by any means necessary. Well, your picket fence is stained and bloodied. You dehumanized the most needy, destroyed the little they had, attempted to defang them by beating those who would be their voice. And now you tell them to simply leave. Take the nothing they have left, no belongings, lost friends, any sense of home, community, support. Take it and leave the city limits. Where is mercy, compassion, and kindness in your actions? There was mercy and compassion and bravery beyond words in all of this. It all lay with the people who stood up and asked, where will they go? And for that, your state-sanctioned bullies maced them and beat them. When they were handcuffed and of no physical threat, they were dragged away from cameras and beaten more. Instead of rendering aid, the public safety officers smeared as much of the mace as possible into eyes and chests and faces. Beyond lacking mercy and compassion, they were brutally cruel and savage and took pleasure in the pain they caused another living soul. Jesus told us, whatsoever you do to the least of your brothers and sisters, you do unto me. Are you proud of your decisions? Officers, are you proud of your actions? What's done is done, but go forward with mercy and compassion. Stop the sweeps and drop the charges. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Andrew Argo. I'm a resident of the city of Kalamazoo. I am calling to express, my frustration and sadness at the way the city has responded as far as sweeping the homeless encampments in recent weeks. Reporting on the ground really paints a picture of people who were not given much notice at all. And I'm sure there'll be a lot of other callers echoing a lot of these sentiments, so I won't get into a lot of the specifics of what happened, but I will just say, as a city resident and somebody who has been organizing in the community for a number of years, it's obvious the city has both the resources and a large pool of expertise and knowledge on how to appropriately deal with these issues. For my part, it seemed the city had a handle at least on at some level of dealing with short-term housing issues during COVID, and it really does seem with these recent evictions, some of which were particularly brutal, that the city is kind of turning the clock back. I am urging the city to stop the sweeps of these camps, drop the charges for the people who were charged last week, and also just again, there's resources in the city. There are ideas out there on how to deal with this, and that it would be much more preferable for the city to be a model for how to deal with houselessness rather than a national embarrassment, which is what is really happened in the last couple of weeks. Thank you, and I hope things change. Goodbye.
Hi, my name is None of Your Business, and I am a resident of the city of Kalamazoo. I'm calling to demand that the city stop the sweeps and drop the charges. Repeatedly, violently forcing people out of their homes, forcing them to relocate, robbing them of their belongings, and robbing them of their community and their support networks is the worst kind of cruel. David, Jim, I'd like to appeal to your better nature, to ask you to reconsider. But I understand that you will never prioritize people over profits and property. So instead, I have this to say. Fuck you, fuck the cops, and fuck the state. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Graham Straczynski. I'm a city resident here in Kalamazoo, and I'm just calling to complain about our city's recent treatment of the homeless and the police brutality used against homeless populations and protesters supporting them. If things like this continue, I will vote for all of your opponents. So please stop being bad people and stealing people's homes. Thank you. Goodbye.
Hi, my name is Johnson Nelson from Kalamazoo. I'm calling because I just can't really believe what has been going on in my own city. I've been a resident for a few years, and I've never been more embarrassed about the city that I've lived in based solely on the way KDPS has been treating other citizens of Kalamazoo. It's repeated. I've seen it multiple times, multiple things that make me just sick to my stomach that I don't want to repeat. But I think for the sake of being effective, I think I need to talk about the people who've been punched and kicked and maced and attacked by police who were protesting peacefully, people who've been standing around trying to help others in their community being bullied by police, by a gang that's supposed to serve and protect, but from the way I see it, it's only serving and protecting what they want and what the rich want and what Mayor David Anderson wants, which is really just disgusting and inhumane and unfair to people who don't deserve that, people who need help getting a leg up, people who are still people and being treated like nothing more than dirt, people who don't deserve to have even a thin piece of fabric to call a home over their heads being destroyed within 5 minutes. It's so disappointing, and so it's just very upsetting, and I want to see things change, and I want to see these comments that I've heard my community speaking over and over be listened to, and it doesn't feel like it's happening, and it doesn't make me feel like my voice has any stand, and it makes me feel like the people who live here in Kalamazoo, the houseless community, the people who are standing up for the houseless community are the criminals when there's actual problems and actual ways to help them. And I'm sorry I'm getting on a little bit of a tangent, but there has to be a change. There has to be change. And it's not happening, and it's disgusting. So I'd like to see things change. I know I don't have all the answers, and I'm not sure what to suggest, but I just can't keep seeing things going the way they have been now. Thank you for nothing.
Hi, my name is David Benak. I live in the city of Kalamazoo, and I'm calling about transparency and some consent agenda items. I am asking respectfully that you remove item 1, 2, 3, 5, and 12 from the consent agenda. Number 1 is to spend $875,254 on golf carts for the golf course, which I would really like to hear each commissioner explain why they think that's more important than spending that money to help people. And I don't accept any legalistic excuses. Items 2, 3, and 5 I want removed from the consent agenda because those are all about odors from the sewer, and they account for $3,816,094.29. I would like to know why the city is spending nearly $4 million to potentially clean up what seems to be graphic packaging's problems, which you're also going to give a giant tax break to them at the same time. That does not seem like a wise use of taxpayer money. And then number 12, this absolutely needs to be removed from the consent agenda, where you're going to talk with City Manager Jim Ritzema about how you're going to go forward with negotiating the KDPS contracts. KDPS has been a cancer in our society. They have violently mistreated residents, and they need to be brought into line. If Ritzema is going to just give them the green light to continue doing this terrorism that they are enacting upon the city of Kalamazoo, that's a problem, and people on the commission need to own up to their involvement. Please have some transparency, talk about things in public instead of just making decisions and telling us you had no choice. We elect you to make choices, not to just do what you're told. Thank you for your time, and I hope to see you discuss those issues.
My name is Rory, and I am a resident of the city of Kalamazoo. I am calling today about the gross mistreatment and hostile displacement of our friends and neighbors in the houseless community, as well as the brutalization and misconduct by the police, both as City of Kalamazoo officers as well as county jail employees. Though there are so many factors in people's lives that lead to houselessness, I would like to focus on one specific axis in hopes to illuminate just one of the many ways the City of Kalamazoo has failed its residents in a way that hits close to home for myself and many, in hopes that you will also explore the myriad of other ways in which people encounter precarity and how militarized police mobilization only exacerbates the problem. The dehumanization of the houseless by the police, tearing their lives asunder, and the dehumanization of the trans protesters and their mistreatment and holding are part and parcel, one and the same. The county jail officers did not lack training when making public rude remarks about a trans woman's body in their custody. Their intent was to humiliate. When they made 3 trans people change out of the jail clothing that matched their gender identity to the other, the intent was to dehumanize. The Kalamazoo Police Department, and by extension, the City and County of Kalamazoo, has shown that with their actions, that gay, queer, trans individuals in this city are disposable and inhuman. The city officials and the Kalamazoo Police have stated time and again to go seek shelter in the Kalamazoo Gospel Mission, knowing full well that the mission will not accept gay and trans people, and will certainly not allow them to be there with their partners. This is only one of many barriers and problems with the gospel mission, a thing everyone working in the city knows full well. The City of Kalamazoo, David Anderson, and Vernon Coakley have made it explicit. If you are gay or trans and suffering from loss, you will be exiled to the city limits. Gay and trans people suffer consequences of so many factors that lead to houselessness. The activists out there who were brutalized may not be at this moment houseless themselves, but they know exactly the shortfall it would be or have experienced it in their lifetime already. It is absolutely no coincidence that those on the margins would recognize each other and work in solidarity together. The mayor's official statement is that people need to help themselves, all while a tent city is a representative of exactly that. People are making family and community out of what little is available. These are the most essential factors for people being able to get on their feet and make life livable. Not housing vouchers that can be discriminated against, not a mission with so many glaring issues and barriers. The city did the number one worst tactic to help, or to allow people to help themselves and each other. They brutalized the helpers, they brutalized the community, and they did this knowingly and maliciously. As a trans individual with full intent to live the rest of my days here, it makes my heart sink. Kalamazoo as a bastion of liberalism is a joke, and the damage that has been done is irreparable. The only thing that must be done now is to stop this madness, stop the sweeps on our neighbors, and urge the charges to be dropped on the protesters.
My name is Christina, and I live in the city of Kalamazoo. The city has always treated its poor and unhoused residents like trash to be discarded. What little support is offered through the city and nonprofit industrial complex hinges on merit, religious participation, sobriety, and being what the status quo decides is deserving. There are so few options, and none of them are rooted in reality. The most common solution to getting an individual into a home is by issuing a housing voucher. It should be made clear that housing vouchers hold less value than a sheet of toilet paper, as it is well known that there are not enough housing units available for the number of vouchers issued. In this case, the help offered is actually incredibly harmful. I cannot tell you how many times I've been approached by an unhoused neighbor, brimming with joy about finally getting a voucher, only to see them several months and even a year later in the exact same position. Quit issuing these worthless vouchers and figure out this problem. What is happening here is actively harming already vulnerable individuals. On that note, ISK and other nonprofit programs have been proven to hire people who lack the empathy and training to truly support the population they are serving. There are stories and screenshots detailing the cruelty that some of these so-called social workers enact on their clients. One text to a resident from their housing worker reads, quote, "I'm busy, I have things to do, there's nothing I can do for you. As I clearly stated earlier, maybe you should go back to where you originally came from. It is not my fault you are homeless and there's nothing I can do. You are not considered a Kalamazoo resident. See, that's what's wrong with you people. You think everyone is supposed to hand you something for free. Everyone wants housing. Why not get a job like I told you before?" End quote. The city's supposed leadership needs to get it together, figure out what is actually going on here, and move forward in a way that works with and for these individuals. A good place to start would be by including them in making the decisions that affect their lives. What we as a community have witnessed over the past several weeks of camp sweeps is abhorrent. It is a crime against humanity. We are weeks away from a bitterly cold winter, and these people are now without their homes, their community, their support systems, and any shred of hope that they had left. And then the city and the Kalamazoo Department of Public Safety has the audacity to treat the housed people who stand with them, who support them out of the good of their own hearts, oftentimes creating more stable and compassionate relationships than the people who are paid to do so, with a disgusting display of violence and abuse of power. It seems as though this commission and the Department of Public Safety are the real criminals here, or at the very least on the wrong side of morality. Isn't the mayor, David Anderson, some kind of housing expert? I don't understand the disconnect. Why can the city spare nearly $1 million on golf carts but have empty pockets when it comes to solutions to this issue? These are I.
Yes, we are called. My name is Joanna. I live in Kalamazoo, and we are calling because we are outraged at the response that KDPS has had to our houseless community. Protesters were punched and kicked and maced. Unhoused veterans were violently attacked. There was a lot of. We just want answers from the mayor and the commissioners and the city manager as to why they can't invest in affordable housing, but they will approve an equipment lease purchase with the Lodge Lane Public Finance for golf carts for $875,254. We need the city to address these issues. We need the city to address environmental racism when it comes to graphic packaging. KDPS was just investigated with the OIR report about their violence and their lack of self-criticism and their lack of connectedness with the city. And we could clearly see that when the mayor wants to act like this is some people just camping, when it's real life people. There is no resources at the mission. There is no resources from ISK or the COC. And the mayor and the city manager blatantly know that, and they still want to charge 7 activists with BS charges for defending houseless people. We need the city to respond to this.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Commissioners. My name is Sarday Chambers. I am a City of Kalamazoo resident, and I'm calling to say that I hope you guys do not support graphic packaging going forward, that you don't support the tax extension that they're asking for. This company has time and time again not held up to their part of not putting toxins in the air and working on better air quality, and they continue to fail. And they don't care. They don't care about the residents. All they care is about making money. And until they actually care, they deserve no more tax extensions. This is $1 million company. They can deserve to pay taxes, and they can deserve to do better in our community. And I hope tonight that you guys vote no on it. And I hope that you really listen to the citizens and you actually come down on graphic packaging and make them become more responsible as they're here in the city of Kalamazoo. And also, I want to say thank you again to all those commissioners that serve, that will be leaving us. Thank you for your service. And also, as I've stated earlier, don't forget the city of Kalamazoo when you're not serving. Continue to fight for this community. Don't go dead when you're not in the dais, because your voices still need to be heard, and the community still needs to see you out here fighting for the people. I thank you. Have a good night. Bye.
Good
evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Commissioners. My name is Sarday Chambers. I am a City of Kalamazoo resident, and I'm calling to say that I hope you guys do not support graphic packaging going forward, that you don't support the tax extension that they're asking for. This company has time and time again not held up to their part of not putting toxins in the air and working on better air quality, and they continue to fail. And they don't care. They don't care about the residents. All they care is about making money. And until they actually care, they deserve no more tax extensions. This is $1 million company. They can deserve to pay taxes, and they can deserve to do better in our community. And I hope tonight that you guys vote no on it. And I hope that you really listen to the citizens and you actually come down on graphic packaging and make them become more responsible as they're here in the city of Kalamazoo. And also, I want to say thank you again to all those commissioners that serve that will be leaving us. Thank you for your service. And also, as I've stated earlier, don't forget the city of Kalamazoo when you're not serving. Continue to fight for this community. Don't go dead when you're not in the dais, because your voices still need to be heard, and the community still needs to see you out here fighting for the people. I thank you. Have a good night. Bye.
Hello, my name is Taylor. I'm a resident of Kalamazoo. The city is causing trauma. I've personally witnessed KDPS smiling as our unhoused neighbors had all of their belongings bulldozed, only for the police to continuously and violently force the same people they evicted from the camp from every other place they go. Around 40 cops showed up on October 8th near the Ampersand encampment. Within minutes, several cops brutally tackled a 50-year-old unhoused man to the ground. Police targeted Black, Indigenous, people of color, and anyone else who stood in solidarity with those being displaced. People were maced, tackled, hit, and dragged. Several people were arrested and denied medical care. Stop the sweeps, drop the charges, and defund KDPS. I'm curious how around $875,000 is going toward buying golf carts. Commissioners, are you really going to let that happen when people need housing and winter is rapidly approaching? I'd also like to mention that graphic packaging is creating pollution with no regard for the neighborhoods they're affecting. This is environmental racism. Our community deserves clean air and land. Once again, the wealthy white residents of Kalamazoo are benefiting from the exploitation of others. Graphic packaging doesn't need any tax breaks. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Allegra Kistler-Ellis, and I am a city resident, and I have been a city resident for my whole life. I graduated from Kalamazoo Public Schools, and I just got my Master's of Social Work from Western Michigan University. And honestly, I am, angry doesn't even begin to cover it. The mistreatment of houseless friends and neighbors and the police brutality towards those protesting said mistreatment this past weekend and what has been going on with the houseless encampments this whole summer and historically in Kalamazoo is deplorable. I am disgusted and honestly so saddened and filled with grief. KDPS swept all of the camps that formed nearby after residents had nowhere to go. Violent arrests occurred. And city officials and KDPS keep insisting that the Gospel Mission has room, but that is not true. That Gospel Mission is also denies service to trans people, confiscates belongings regularly, and is only serving one meal per day. And my question for the people who work for the city is, why does anyone think it's a good idea to remove support and remove community from people who have already been historically harmed by the police and by the city? How do you think that is a good idea? I don't understand how you think further removing support is a good idea or will help any of our residents or citizens or people in our city. Please reevaluate your contract with Kalamazoo Police Department. This is disgusting. It is terrifying, honestly. And police brutality has been going on in this city forever. And the fact that the past 2 years is what it has taken to wake people up who are not historically harmed by the police, the fact that it's taken these past 2 years for that to happen is a huge wake-up call. And if you don't already know what has happened this past weekend with our houseless friends and neighbors and with the protesters trying to protect them,
please talk to your residents because this is ridiculous. And the fact that this is happening and that sweeps are...
Hi, my name is Antonia Cooper Ellis, and I've lived here ever since I was born. I've lived here all my life. I went to Parkwood Upjohn Elementary, Millwood Middle School. I went to Learn Arts High School, and now I am a student at Western Michigan University. And I just wanted to share how disgusted and disheartened I am with how the police in the city has treated our houseless community and our neighbors and friends that are houseless. The sweeps that have been going on and the police brutality that has occurred to the protesters that have protested the sweeps is disgusting, and I'm upset and angry isn't even like, I'm just upset about this. And
This is Brandy Crawford Johnson, former Kalamazoo Poison resident and environmental justice activist. I'm calling to object to the tax break for graphic packaging. At the last meeting, it was discussed among city leaders that the state is making you approve the tax break without conditions. The state would not even be considering the tax breaks as city and county leaders didn't approve for GPI to expand in the first place. You all knew about the toxic odor, toxic chemical ash, and hundreds of air complaints filed over the years. The city wastewater plant even filed a complaint against GPI for toxic chemical ash falling on the plant and employees' cars. Eagle cited GPI for the city complaint. I have met with all of these agencies involved in this air quality investigation for the past 15 months. You cannot trust them because they also are involved in allowing environmental racism by issuing permits and not doing any real enforcement against polluters in frontline communities for decades. Look at Flint and Benton Harbor, both African-American communities poisoned by racism, discrimination, and gross negligence. The north side is also predominantly African-American and being poisoned. See the pattern? I'm still meeting with doctors volunteering their time to help with this public health emergency. They care. NGHHS and APSCR told me they are using the toxicology and epidemiology reports as evidence that I commissioned last year. You all have copies. It states there is a severe health risk to employees at these facilities and residents living in the valley near GPI. I also would like to object to the contract with Solterra Group, LLC. The odor suppressant they use is called Remedia. It is toxic if inhaled and causes eye and lung irritation, just like the hydrogen sulfide and other toxins released into the air on a daily basis. You city leaders need to do your homework when voting on things that put the public health of Kalamazoo residents at risk. No amount of money, cover-ups, or delays will make this go away. All the truth will be revealed. I will not be ignored. Environmental injustice and environmental racism is real. I studied it. I fight against it. If you vote to give GPI this tax break, you continue their expansion. You will continue to violate the civil and human rights of all residents who are being exposed to these toxic chemicals leaking from GPI's unfiltered and malfunctioning equipment. Please stop allowing the residents to be poisoned. They deserve to live long and healthy lives. It is their right. In the Bible, it says, "My people will be destroyed for lack of knowledge." I studied hard to gain the knowledge to help you learn to stop destroying our people. Martin Luther King Jr. said it best. He who passively accepts evil is as much involved in it as he who helps to perpetrate it. He who accepts evil without protesting against it is really cooperating with it. I will not stop protesting against this evil. We are all brothers and sisters of God. Do the right thing. Vote no and tell GPI to leave our city.
Good afternoon. I'd like to call today to condemn the actions of the city of Kalamazoo. The multiple sweeps that have violently ripped members of our community from the only homes they had is a disgusting display of each and every one of yours' murderous intent. I am also calling today in order to demand that the charges against activists that put their lives on the line to help those in need are dropped. These activists don't deserve the financial and emotional toll of fighting for their lives in the judicial system just for helping people out. Looking at the city's agenda for this meeting, I would also like to comment on how absolutely disgusting it is that the city is even thinking of taking an around $900,000 loan in order to modernize a fleet of golf carts for the Millam Golf Course when you have condemned so many people to death. The actions taken by the commission are truly nightmarish to behold. To be honest, it feels like I'm talking to a group of serial killers. Maybe I can put things in your terms. The equipment lease purchase agreement in this meeting's City Commission agenda report has specific wording that is of note. In the background section of the report, we read the following, that cart fees generate approximately $270,000 to $300,000 in revenue annually. Do people that you throw out on the street without a home generate any money for the city? Probably not, right? It might make more sense to provide services that give people the foundation they need to start generating money for businesses, and in turn the city, right? Not only is making sure people are housed and taken care of the morally right thing to do, but it's simple logic that the more people generating value is better than less people generating value. To end, I like to say that your words and actions show clear as day that you despise the general public and will only cater to the business class of the city of Kalamazoo. Because of this, you should call yourself private servants. I end my time. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Allie. I am a Kalamazoo City resident. I'm calling to express my horror and outrage at KDPS's brutality in sweeping and evicting encampments in recent weeks. Residents of multiple camps have been given 5 minutes to gather their possessions and have then had to watch their homes be destroyed by KDPS officers and then bulldozed. Folks have lost everything. Medications, groceries, IDs, documents, tents, and blankets, the list goes on. Hundreds of our community members have been displaced. This is despicable and inhumane. Cold weather is upon us, and robbing people of shelter and warm clothing is a death sentence. Additionally, I'm extremely concerned by the unchecked authority of City Manager Jim Ritzema. As an MLive article from 10/12/21 titled, "Elected Leaders Did Not Decide to Clear Kalamazoo Homeless Camp, but a Nonprofit Board Discussed It," the City Manager's office is ultimately responsible for the decision to violently clear the camps. This is the same City Manager that hid former Police Chief Carrie Ann Thomas's firing. When will you rein in his unchecked authority? Additionally, I am asking that you immediately stop the sweeps. Our most vulnerable community members are being threatened, harassed, and chased all over our city. Their very existence has been criminalized by the City of Kalamazoo. In his 2003 article, Pattern of Exclusion, Sanitizing Space, Criminalizing Homelessness, and Social Justice, Volume 30, Randall Amster states that this kind of policing is an extermination scenario. Cruel attacks on the rights of homeless people to even exist, as sleeping, sitting, and moving in public places are requirements of life for those without private homes. Let me repeat, KDPS is carrying out an extermination scenario. This is horrifying. Lastly, I am asking that you drop the charges against community members arrested during the sweeps. KDPS officers tackled, punched, maced, and kicked community members, and then denied them medical treatment to those who needed it while in KDPS custody. This violence is disturbing. Drop the charges, stop the sweeps, do the right thing. Thank you.
Hi, yes, this is John Wilson. I am a city resident. I think basically, and a key, focal point that we definitely need to, make known and is something I definitely needed to mention was that, 50% of the taxes in this town go to Kalamazoo Public Safety. We spent $1 million a few years back in regards to removing the homeless. And, obviously that was money not well spent considering these people still don't have a place to live. So I just think, that's definitely something we need to make light of. Why are we aggregating 50% of the taxes to Kalamazoo Public Safety? It's time for a regrouping in regards to how we're spending this money to help our people here.
My name is Adrian Salitro. I'm a resident of Kalamazoo. I'm calling to express my distaste at the treatment of homeless people in our city over the past week. It is disgusting and inhumane, and there is no reason that homeless people need to be kicked out of the only home that they have and treated as an eyesore in the city that they have just as much right to live in as we do. And police treatment of our houseless population is horrendous and inexcusable.
Hey, my name's Caitlin. I live in the city limits. I'm not going to even ask how y'all let this happen or demand answers because we still don't even have answers from last summer. It's common knowledge that our so-called mayor hates homeless folks, hates people who use drugs, and really hates anyone who doesn't worship him like the little god he thinks he is. I would really like to love where I live. But it's impossible when all I see are people being abandoned and brutalized and complete silence from most of you. Some of you could do us a solid on your way out the door and get rid of this racist loser of a city manager. I don't know who you guys serve, but it's not the people. We got all that money, all this billionaire money, and where did it go? The parks look cute, I'll give you that, but people are hurting. I'm tired of half answers and condescension. I'm tired of being lied to. I'm tired of the liberal illusion that this is a nice place to live. For some reason, when we said defund the police, you guys heard give them more money and more training. And none of that does jack. You cannot reform a system that is built to dehumanize people. You cannot correct or discipline officers who get off on harming people. Understand that our anger comes from a place of desperation and a love for the people who live in our community. Can you please try to love us too? Because we live here too.
So, my name is Sam. I live in the city of Kalamazoo. I'm calling tonight to ask that you remove the resolution for language clarifying the principles of the city in going forward with collective bargaining with the police workers union from the consent agenda. I believe that this is an issue that deserves more discussion from both commissioners and the public at large. I think we've seen from recent actions by the police in dealing with our unhoused community in Kalamazoo that we need to have a discussion about the mindset and overall purpose of police in this community. If it were up to me, we would abolish police, but we'll speak more pragmatically that if we're going to have police, then they ought to act to ensure the well-being of our community and not to perform violence on it or otherwise oppress it. So I think we ought to move forward as a guiding principle that police are a service-type organization, and their purpose should be to promote the welfare of people within the city. Secondly, I question whether Manager Ritzma ought to be put under close supervision for these negotiations. I understand that it is the city manager's duties to engage in collective bargaining negotiations, but given Manager Ritzma's lack of candor when dealing with the circumstances of Carrie Ann Thomas's departure as police chief, I wonder whether we can trust Ritzma's office to move forward in good faith in the best interests of everyone in this community. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lisa Kistler. I live within the city limits of Kalamazoo at 220 Parkwood Upjohn. I'm just Parkwood Avenue, I'm sorry. I know that the issue of encampments of homeless people is complicated. I know there are a lot of people trying to do good work there. I also believe that any police actions against homeless people is absolutely uncalled for, and the city needs to seriously reconsider its contract with the KDPS. So I don't think that went well. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Iris Potter. I live at 1204 Manor Street. I'm calling the city commissioners tonight to, number one, encourage you to use any power and voice you have to stop the encampment sweeps and drop the charges against all who were charged. The unhoused were treated brutally, as I witnessed, as an advocate. Why does Kalamazoo continue to criminalize poverty and houselessness? I believe that folks with the money don't want to literally see people on the streets who are without homes. Number two, it is time that Kalamazoo uses some of the many donations and funds coming into our town for one or more new models for housing. It could start by actually listening to those who were swept about what might work. As city commissioners, someone could take the lead to do this. Those with the money strings must realize that all people in our city deserve some type of home. Kalamazoo must make a change and do housing first. Number three, I continue to oppose the GPI tax break grab because this does not need it. Our community needs the taxes they pay. Number 4, I strongly oppose upwards of $1 million to be spent on golf carts. Thank you. And commissioners, let's see some changes from the status quo. Good evening. Thank you.
Hi, this is Evie Jeffries. I am a Kalamazoo city resident. I just wanted to say that I'm disappointed and disgusted with the way the city, and particularly with the way KDPS has handled the clearing of the encampments. Basically, I feel that clearing the encampments was premature. And I mean, given that so many of those people don't have a place to go, there's not enough affordable housing, although I do know that the city is working on that, and I appreciate that. There still isn't enough, and with what is supposed to be like a record-breaking cold winter coming up, I feel that it was premature to clear the encampments. I'm also just especially upset about the way the police treated the residents. You know, the city had announced that they were going to extend the time that residents had to get out of the encampment by 2 weeks, but then they were only given 1 week, and all of a sudden the cops are clearing them out without giving them that time. And then also cops were violent with residents and just didn't treat them as human beings, period. So again, I'm just upset about how that was handled, and I hope that the city will kind of look at the research for what having an encampment in your city means, and then what are the proven best ways to handle it. Thank you.
This is Heather Benak, and I'm a resident of the city of Kalamazoo. I'm calling in to comment on 2 issues tonight. I'm asking the city to not approve the 5-year extension on a tax exemption for graphic packaging. This is a corporation with billions of dollars that is actively polluting on the north side of Kalamazoo. The odor is horrible, and residents living in close proximity to the factory are suffering from asthma rates that are the highest in the region. The City Commission needs to listen to the many concerned citizens who have repeatedly called and emailed asking you to not approve any additional tax breaks for this polluting racist corporation. The City Commission needs to put people's lives and health over corporate profits. The second reason I am calling tonight is to address the horrific way the city and KDPS evicted our unhoused neighbors. Without any plan or strategy in place to care for our most vulnerable residents, and with winter right around the corner, it's hard to put into words how disgusted I am. Many accounts of KDPS attacking protesters and unhoused residents by macing, punching, kicking, dragging, and brutally tackling them. KDPS gave residents 5 minutes to pack their belongings. They lost their food, their tents, their animals, important documents, and medication. Then after over an hour worth of complaints into the city's Citizen Public Safety Review and Appeals Board meeting regarding the way the city and KDPS conducted the first round of sweeps at the Ampersea encampment, the city turned around the next day and does more of the same. What is going to be done to fix this mess? How is the city ever going to regain the community's trust when these sorts of awful events continue to happen repeatedly? There seems to be no accountability or transparency. Frankly, our city government seems to be completely out of control. It seems clear that the city government and KDPS is not working on behalf of the people of the city, but instead only on behalf of the wealthy multinational corporations and their own interests. Millions of dollars in tax breaks for polluting corporation and nearly $1 million for golf carts, but nothing for our most vulnerable residents, but more pollution and police brutality. This is an absolute disgrace.
Hello, my name is Laura, and I live in Kalamazoo. I'm calling into this meeting just like I called into the Public Safety Review Board meeting to call on all those in power to stop the sweeps of homeless encampments and drop the charges against those defending their neighbors on October 8th and 9th. I'm asking the City Commission to call off their power-hungry watchdogs full stop. I'm asking you to use your human eyeballs, brains, and hearts to recognize the senseless violence that KDPS has been wreaking on the houseless, Black, brown, queer, and poor members of this community. We are all a part of this community, whether you like it or not, and supporting the legacy and recent behavior of KDPS shows us that you'd rather see the most vulnerable in our community dead than go out of your way to help us. How are we supposed to survive in a city where police are permitted to brutalize us when we are struggling the most? How dare you all sit in your comfy homes making decisions to move millions of dollars around in the city and claim there's nothing more you can do for our houseless community members than sick police on them and tear down their only shelter? Folks in this community have been doing everything they can to support each other with what little they have out of solidarity and out of the kindness of their hearts. Last time I checked, it was your job to help us too. Or has all the kindness drained from your heart? Your future actions will show us just how much you truly value the people in this community. Please stop the violent sweeps and drop these violent charges.
Hi, my name is Sophia Peters, and I am a resident of the Edison neighborhood. And I'm calling to ask that the charges be dropped against the protesters of the at the Ampersea encampment, and that the city stop the sweeps of the encampments. I see a lot of reasons why the city is saying that they keep sweeping encampments. There's a lot of crime, that it's not safe. But disrupting people's semblance of community and destroying their items is not safe. If you don't want to see crime, you can't disrupt people's support systems and put them in even more desperate situations. You're disrupting and destabilizing people even more than they already were before, and this will result in deaths. People are out there trying their best, and I see that Mayor Anderson has been quoted by news articles saying that most of the emails and calls he receives are attacks against city officials, but that they don't offer help or solutions. I'm sick of hearing excuses from Mayor Anderson. I'm sick of seeing police officers protect property and harm people, and I have a solution for you. Take all the money that y'all are about to spend on golf carts and give people housing. Take all the money that's spent on sending 40 police officers to arrest people violently and all of the bulldozers used to destroy people's belongings, and use it to give people housing.
Hi, my name is Jem, and I've been a part of Kalamazoo for the better part of 12 years. I am calling to express outrage against the city's extermination campaign against the unhoused and urge the city council to heed the public outcry regarding the recent unjust actions by the city of Kalamazoo and KPSD against our unhoused community members and those who stand with them. It's absolutely disgusting and shameful to destroy the little shelter and possessions the unhoused have left, especially with freezing weather and winter around the corner and no suitable alternatives. Where will they go? This course of action will only lead to more suffering, illness, and death. And now, not only were people brutalized and purposely traumatized by the police, but those arrested are being slapped with felony charges simply for standing with their unhoused neighbors. This is utterly despicable. It's been proven time and time again and recommended by the CDC that not only are these sweeps ineffective and cruel, but actually create more risk, not only for the unhoused, but also for the rest of the community at large. This is especially concerning with the current pandemic situation. Without access to adequate services and shelter, the unhoused are at higher risk of communicable diseases and death. The officers going into the camp and risking exposure, many of whom were unmasked and some likely unvaccinated, are more likely to spread infection to the public given their high volume of interaction with the public as they police the city. The people who are being forced to move are also now having to travel through larger areas of the city or county and with less resources for hygiene and health. Those who were arrested were put at risk in confined spaces and reports of denial of medical care. The mandates that the unhoused leave the city limits are not only cruel and unjust, but also unrealistic, especially after they've had their possessions destroyed. It's far more effective, including cost-effective, to provide services, including tools for sanitation and hygiene, which were taken away earlier this year, rather than to waste so much money on destroying people's lives and terrorizing them. And what about the massive amounts of funding the city is receiving? These unhoused neighbors of ours, including families, elderly, veterans, disabled persons, and other at-risk folks, they need somewhere to go. The mission will not serve all of them. Where will they go? You can't just sweep away the problem of homelessness and poverty, especially with our growing economic crisis. Even if these folks are pushed away or die as a result of the sweep, the numbers of unhoused continue to grow each day. Each of you, each and every one of us, all of us, is only one bad day, one accident, one twist of fate away from the same type of situation. Stop this cruelty and begin focusing on what can be done to help rather than to harm. to offer viable options and stop the criminalization of the unhoused and poor. I'm urging the City Council to listen to the people of Kalamazoo and do everything within your power to stop the sweeps, stop the unjust treatment and violence against our unhoused neighbors and community members who have stood with them. Drop the charges against those who were arrested in the Ampersand evictions. Hold the officers accountable.
Hi. There's a lot of studies and a lot of research that demonstrates sweeping homeless encampments is not actually a way to ensure that unhoused people have housing. It does not result in a larger number of people pursuing services. In fact, it results in the opposite. It results in more deaths. It results in more hunger. It results in more instability for unhoused people. So your policy has worsened the situation in every way, and there's a ton of research to back that up, which I'm sure you have access to. Watching the city of Kalamazoo pursue brutality and violence is horrifying, and it's inexcusable. Watching the city of Kalamazoo allow police officers to brutalize Indigenous people who are protesting this brutality is awful. Watching the city of Kalamazoo put women in prison is awful, especially when it's men's jail for protesting. Putting a woman in jail with men and questioning her gender and questioning and threatening her is violence. Everything about this situation is violence. Everything about this situation is brutality. And David Anderson knows, because his job is to know this. He knows that sweeps don't work. He knows that trans people can't go to the gospel mission. He knows that everything he's doing and suggesting is making the situation worse for unhoused people and going to result in more deaths. I don't understand why the City Commission is using a policy that is proven not to work and inciting death and inciting brutality against human beings. I don't understand why anybody accepts this as a way to help unhoused people when all of the research says it does not help. Drop the charges and stop the sweeps and stop putting in bull crap policy that only harms and kills people and makes things worse.
Rachel Mazzoni. I am a resident of Kalamazoo, and we see the priorities of the city on full display right now, spending nearly $1 million on golf carts, but not spending a dime to create secure and affordable access to those experiencing oppression and houselessness. Removing Interact as a resource before ramping up violent sweeps with a pace sure to tire out those trying to resist this brutalization, and instituting new laws that give police carte blanche in determining what disobeying a lawful order can mean, and deterring public protests through this brutalization of Black, Indigenous folks, people of color, and transphobia. This transphobia, especially inside your jails and the way that police interact as they are terrorists of our community. We are watching you. We know what has been done. You need to stop the sweeps, and you need to drop charges now.
Hi, my name is Gerald Coyne. I am a taxpaying citizen of Kalamazoo, and I just want to express my extreme displeasure with this administration for continuing to engage in class warfare against the houseless population. These sweeps, forcing residents of Kalamazoo to leave the city limits at their lowest point in their life is absolutely disgusting, and anybody involved with this operation should be humiliated and should feel sick with their actions. Something has to change. The people aren't going to put up with this much longer, so you got to fix something.
Hi, my name is Olivia. I'm a resident of Kalamazoo, and I'm calling because I'm angry. I'm angry that people were given less than 5 minutes to gather what they could before watching the rest of their belongings be destroyed. I'm angry at all the brutalization that many community members face at the hands of KDPS, David Anderson, and many others. I'm angry that the city prioritizes things like golf courses when we have people who are being told they have to leave city limits. It's cruel. I implore the city of Kalamazoo to stop the sweeps and drop the charges for the community members who are arrested. Bye.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Saha, and I'm a resident of Kalamazoo, Michigan. I have been since 2006. You have a position of power. We, the people of Kalamazoo, ask you to use that power to protect us, and this includes the houseless population. The houseless community needs your help now more than ever before. If you can find over $800,000 for golf carts, then you can find money to put these people in homes. You operate within a system that has disenfranchised and oppressed these people. You benefit from this system. It is your responsibility to change it. If you can't control the brutal violence of the Kalamazoo Department of Public Safety, then who can? Prove to us that Kalamazoo is a city that cares about everyone that lives here and not just the rich and the privileged. Drop the charges. Stop the sweeps. Don't be a coward.
My name is Evan. I live in the city of Kalamazoo, and I'm just calling to vocalize how absolutely appalling it's been to watch the city shift from the city's tone on the houseless population, shift from neglect to overt violence. It is disgusting to see. Stop the sweeps, stop the charges. Y'all ought to be ashamed of yourselves for the way you've handled all of this in the last couple weeks.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. My name is Jill Bland, and I am a managing partner at Southwest Michigan First. I'm calling this evening to provide support for your ongoing efforts to ensure that the citizens of Kalamazoo and the surrounding area have access to solid, well-paying jobs today, tomorrow, and into the future. Before you tonight is the graphic packaging request for a tax abatement on their new $600 million facility that would create and retain hundreds of jobs. This is part of a package that was put together by the City of Kalamazoo, Kalamazoo Township, Kalamazoo County, the State of Michigan, and Southwest Michigan First back in the fall of 2019 to encourage the company to expand their operations in the City of Kalamazoo. Over the past 2 years, not only has the company directly added new job opportunities to their workforce, through the construction of the new facility and addition of equipment, they have provided employment to an additional hundreds of local regional citizens from the area. In addition, the company has, on their own, invested about $25 million and time in the cleanup and removal of multiple blighted and contaminated old industrial sites throughout the area to provide a much cleaner and safer community. We all know that concerns have been raised for many years about the odors that may be coming from the graphic packaging facility, the city wastewater treatment plant, and other older industrial businesses in the area. The community has requested that something be done about these odors. Graphic Packaging has been working with the city wastewater treatment plant that is immediately adjacent to identify new technologies and other ways to eliminate or reduce odors that could be coming from either facility. Graphic Packaging has been at the table working with the city and the state agencies and the federal agencies to get a deeper understanding of potential health concerns associated with air quality concerns. On October 5th, we heard preliminary results of those agency probes that have resulted initially with no health concerns being identified at this time. Even with these findings, the company has voiced that they will remain committed to staying at the table and working with these groups long term. Finally, this project was instrumental in reopening the discussion of the US 131 interchange completion to allow for access in both the north and south direction that will help to reduce the truck traffic that currently drives through the neighborhood and downtown area. Recently, we learned that Senator McCann and Representative Rogers had secured $3 million toward the $15 to $18 million project. We are hoping our federal delegation, led by Representative Upton, can secure the remainder in Washington. We appreciate your consideration in sending a positive message to the business community that a strong business partner is welcome in Kalamazoo and look forward to a long and lasting relationship.
Hi, my name is Lisa, and I am a Kalamazoo City resident, and I'm calling to express how disgusting I think the city sweeps of the homeless encampment have been. By telling these people that they can't be within city limits, you're treating them like a problem you can sweep under a rug, and they're not a problem. They're people. They're our neighbors. They're our friends, and they deserve to be in the city as much as any of us, and they deserve care and respect, not being dehumanized and brutalized by some cops on a power trip who want to destroy people's homes with some fancy equipment because they just got a chance to use a bulldozer. Every city official keeps parroting that there are beds at the mission open, that people can go to the mission. But if you call the mission or you show up at the mission, they say no vacancy. We don't have any room for weeks now. So where are these people actually supposed to go? Since the places you're telling them they're supposed to go aren't actually open. Kalamazoo is always bragging about how much federal money, how much state money, how much private foundation money they are receiving for all sorts of reasons. But why isn't any of it being spent to give these people material assistance that will actually help them, things that they've said that they need and would help them, things like putting them into housing, a solution that's proven to work. You should all be super embarrassed to be sitting in these meetings all day approving money for things like golf carts when you're also staying silent as people are brutalized and shamed for simply being alive with nowhere to go.
Hi, my name is Matt. I am a resident of Kalamazoo, and I have been for the last nearly a decade now. And while I once had pride in the city, my pride has quickly fallen while I have heard of the sweeps that the city of Kalamazoo Public Safety has been performing at the houseless encampments over the last week. And now it's come to light that the city is spending $875,000 on golf carts that don't even help anybody in the community. It doesn't even help the rich people who likely already have plenty of golf carts for the city of Kalamazoo golf course. With that money, you could put 100 people, or you could rent 100 rooms at a $100 hotel for nearly 3 months. And instead, it's going to golf carts. It's just very frustrating where I see so many people suffering in my city every day, and people who are supposed to protect and serve us all the way up to the mayor don't do anything except serve themselves. And my disappointment could not be any greater for those who are in leadership positions within my community. It's with a heavy heart that I leave this message, and with a heavy heart that I stand with my neighbors, whether they live in homes or they live in tents. Your treatment of actual human beings is just unjust, for lack of a better word. It's inhumane. And why not set aside one of those brownfield sites that is already poisoned and is poisoning the people on it? Why not set aside a small piece of that for them? Why not do something more? And I know, blah, 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 the mayor's attached to what used to be the Knights Inn that will be set up as low-income housing, in quotations. But from insider perspectives from people who I know who have been working on Lee Heard, even then I've only heard bad things. So thank you for listening to this, and
Hi, my name is Noelle Massey, and I am a Kalamazoo resident, and I am calling to express sincere disappointment, outrage, and frustration with the handling of Kalamazoo's houseless residents. I, along with many other residents, are demanding that you stop the sweeps and you drop the charges against the individuals who so bravely stood to protect the dignity and sanctity of those living in what many consider difficult, challenging, unconditional situations. KDPS has shown again and again that they cannot be trusted to handle things with any kind of care or compassion. KDPS attacked protesters by macing, punching, kicking, and brutally tackling them, and then denied medical attention to those who asked. KDPS arrested a 50-year-old unhoused veteran, swiping his legs out from under him and piling on top of him, rendering his legs unusable. KDPS threw an Afro-Indigenous mother to the ground, ripping her medicine bag off, then denied her medical attention. She was unable to walk or stand on her own for days after. These kinds of reports go on from the sweeps that took place just over a week ago in Kalamazoo. It is absolutely outrageous that we received hundreds of millions of dollars of an anonymous donation, and one of the first public things done with that money is to build a new public safety station, $9.5 million. But with our unhoused residents, we want to push them to the township limits so they're away from any kind of mutual aid, social programs, medical care, the mission, the Deacon Conference, any of the places where they might go and get items that they need or be able to be housed or have a roof over their head for just one night. It is absolutely insane to me that you people, and when I say you people, I mean the leadership of this city, keep failing us in such a magnanimous way. So please stop the sweeps and drop the charges.
Yeah, I am Steve Tavares, a resident of Kalamazoo in the Vine neighborhood, and I'm calling the general comment section to address my exasperation, frustration, and embarrassment with the city of Kalamazoo, specifically concerning the homeless or houseless population here in Kalamazoo. I see this commission constantly giving out tax breaks and abatements and that kind of sort to corporations and companies to invest in our community and to provide jobs which, number one, are not good paying jobs that won't sustain a family and kind of sort of help enable homelessness and houselessness. With the wages that are given for all these various little restaurants and places of eating and stuff like that to open up in downtown to make it look good, are they employing these houseless, homeless people? And are the people that you're giving tax breaks and working with through the Foundation for Excellence and all this other stuff, are they giving and making sure that these people who are building stuff downtown are actually building housing for the poor working class and homeless populations in Kalamazoo? I don't think so. I'd like to know what your priorities are as a commission. Is this not something that you are going to address? Are you not going to start seeking to hold these quote-unquote investors in our downtown of Kalamazoo accountable? If you can hand them tax breaks and abatements and all those kind of things, can you not request that they in turn provide housing for people who need it? You know, most people who have a full-time job working $7 to $11 an hour can't afford rent, much less to be able to buy a home. I think it's embarrassing. Number two, the conduct of the police and of the city manager himself for ordering these camps closed in the way that they've been done. I hope that you folks are going to ask these people the proper questions, and I hope the game plan that you come up with to address this is not just simply beating up residents of the encampments, sending them to the hospital, and dispersing them within the neighborhoods of Kalamazoo.
My name is Alex. I am a resident of Kalamazoo, and I am outraged at the recent treatment of our unhoused neighbors by police. In recent sweeps, they've been treated like animals and stripped of their dignity. Hundreds of people have been brutalized and displaced with nowhere to go. And despite claims by the city and law enforcement that the mission is available to them, they are not the haven that you claim to be. They deny trans people service, they regularly confiscate belongings, and they only provide one meal daily. And people need more than one meal a day in order to be healthy. The unhoused hurt no one by creating a community space to live and support each other. And those sweeps have destroyed those systems as winter approaches and being unhoused turns even more deadly. I am disgusted by these events and ashamed to be a resident of a city willing to spend over $800,000 on new golf course equipment before seeing to the safety and security of its most vulnerable residents. I urge you to drop the charges related to these incidents, stop further sweeps, and support those in need in our city, as is your duty as public officials.
Hi, my name is Connor Miller. I'm a resident of the city of Kalamazoo, and I am calling to voice my concerns about the way that the city has been handling a homelessness issue in the last few weeks in regard to the sweeps and the way that KDPS has handled it. I'm feel deeply disturbed about the way that we kind of treat the homeless as second-class citizens. I do see that we are making big strides to get rid of homelessness, and within in the last couple of days, homelessness has almost been gone from Kalamazoo because we've been kicking the people out of the city. And to me, that's just sweeping it under the rug. It's really dehumanizing and kind of offensive. And then this is because people are told they can't be camping in the city limits, so they have to leave the city. Otherwise, they need to call the gospel mission, which is an unfair ask because the gospel mission has been completely full for a long time. There are no options, so they should just be told you have to leave city limits. I don't think it's nice to say to tell a homeless person they need to go to the gospel mission when they're just going to go and be rejected. But leaving the city limits is kind of unfair because all the resources, soup kitchens, clothing, kind of organizations where they can get supplies from are based downtown. So to have to commute somehow from a more rural location to the city doesn't really make sense to me. Again, sweeping these camps doesn't really work, and it seems just traumatic. I've talked to so many people, residents who have had their stuff destroyed by the KDPS during sweeps and have so much property lost, and have dealt with a lot of real trauma from these events. And it's just frustrating to know that they have to restart in a new place, and if they camp up again, they're going to be removed. And so it's just an endless game of cat and mouse instead of the city making real long-term efforts to help people build a future. I've heard a lot of situations of homeless residents having caseworkers, but caseworkers giving them vouchers, the vouchers that don't work. I have a friend of mine who got help from the Deacons Conference, and his voucher didn't even have the clothes available for him. They weren't even ready for his appointment time. We showed up right on time, and it's just frustrating to know that all these systemic issues that are happening. And I would like to see some changes with that, especially. Thank you.
My name is Larkin Babbitt, and I am a Kalamazoo City resident. I am absolutely disgusted and appalled by the treatment of the homeless population within the city of Kalamazoo. This is defined as a human rights violation under any sort of human rights treaties that you can find, especially the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. This is not a solution. This is not a solution. It is not a solution. This is brutality. It is not a solution. You are asking people you are kicking people out of what little homes they have and giving them no viable options. People have said that they can't leave the city limits because they're on probation, and that is a valid concern. Trans people cannot go to the mission. There are lots of people who, even if the mission had adequate space, won't be treated respectfully at the mission. That is not a viable solution. It's time to start doing your job. That's all I have to say. Do your job.
Yes, my name is Susie. I am a Kalamazoo resident. I've worked in the city of Kalamazoo for years as a mental health professional. I am a recent city resident and homeowner. I am shocked and appalled by the recent sweeps of our unhoused community members, as well as the violent and unjust treatment and arrest of protesters and advocates that were there to offer them aid. I am asking you to use your power to stop these sweeps and drop the charges against those who were arrested. Please do not authorize collective bargaining tonight for negotiations with the Public Safety Department union until they stop the sweeps and drop the charges. I am asking that no more tax dollars be spent to unlawfully destroy people's belongings and violate their Fourth Amendment rights. The KDPS has violated the Fourth Amendment rights of some of our most vulnerable community members, destroying their personal belongings and shelter during a global pandemic where the CDC recommends letting people stay outside instead of group housing situations, many of which are not an option for people. And this all is also occurring just before winter, which can also be a death sentence. Hundreds of people have been displaced in the past few weeks. I'm asking you to do the right thing and stop this police harassment and abuse of power, and to create safe and affordable housing options in the future. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bill Leisenring. I own the house at 1314 Greenwood, which my son lives in with some college classmates of his. And it's in that area where a lot of off-campus kids live, kind of between Western Michigan University and south of KL, kind of between there and Lake Fraternity Village Road. So a couple weeks, 2 weekends ago, our house was broken into, property was stolen, and that night in particular, there was a significant amount of crime in the area, up to and including a Western Michigan University student who was raped at gunpoint in her apartment at the Bronco Club. So, needless to say, parents, were very concerned about this. This has been an ongoing trend with increase in crime. I validated this with data from crimemapping.com, which was available on the public safety website. And that indicates just in the past about 6 weeks, there have been 64 crimes within a half-mile radius of that house. There's a Facebook group, WMU Bronco Families, that is parents of students with indicating all kinds of issues going on in that area. And I just implore the city council to consider how they can assist in helping with this issue, whether it be advocating for police funding to increase the patrolling there, and any other ideas that you may have. I'd like to commend the police for what they're trying to accomplish. I'm the son of a police officer and grew up supporting, FOP events and all kinds of things. And I know that they're doing everything they can. And I just want to find out what the city is going to do in partnership with the police to stem this crime wave and make a safe environment for our kids to go to school at Western or Kalamazoo College or KVCC. These schools are facing difficult times with enrollment, and having a significant amount of crime is not going to help that situation, which will have trickle-down effects over the overall health of the Kalamazoo area. So, again, thank you for your time, and I look forward to hearing what you guys can do to help this. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Suzanne Bennett. I am a resident of Kalamazoo. I'm calling to urge the KDPS stop the sweeps against the unhoused population here in Kalamazoo and drop the charges against the people that were supporting them.
Hello, my name is Santosha Pratt, and I help the homeless community, and so I'm calling against basically voicing my opinion against the mistreatment of the homeless community. I've been homeless before in my life, and it's hard enough when you're dealing with things and you don't know where these people's backgrounds come from. You don't know how the odds are stacked against them and why they are in that situation that they're in. They're just trying to survive just like everybody else. So, yeah, I'm calling to add my voice to the protesters, and nobody should be putting their hands on protesters. I get news articles to my phone all the time. I think I read something that the police shot somebody or something like that was protesting. So protesting against kicking the homeless out of a place where nobody else is using the space for anything else. And so I'm against the police and any force or anybody else trying to kick these people off of a land that nobody else is using. Let the people live, let them, we got people out here like myself that go and donate food and different things like that. And I'm just a part of the community that helps the homeless. And so I've always been that way, even before this, it became news. I've always been helping the homeless, even if it wasn't down there at the encampment. I help the homeless on my own. I go take them to get shoes, clothes, anything that that they need. As a human being, we should be able to help one another in that way. Don't kick them out of somewhere where they have nowhere else to go. The gospel mission is full, and even when it wasn't, they're being mistreated there. There's bed bugs there, all types of bugs and stuff that this has been going on for years. So there's too many homeless people and not enough space for them to live. So if they want to live outside in a tent, let them live outside in a tent. Leave them alone. If they're doing anything wrong, just like any other citizen in the United States, then that's on a case-by-case basis. That's, you know what I mean? We're all people. People do wrong things all the time, even if you dress that person up in a suit and he looks important like that anyway. Like I was saying, just because you dress somebody up in a suit doesn't make them any better than anybody else. They're somewhere doing something behind closed doors wrong, and then it comes to the light that we see that they're taking advantage of people's money and all types.
Hello, I'm a resident in Kalamazoo. Due to the inhumane brutality upon houseless folks and those protesting by the careless hands of KDPS, I urge the council and commission to drop the charges and sweeps altogether. If the city wasn't spending almost $1 million on new golf carts, perhaps they could allocate that money towards additional alternative housing and resources rather than apathetically evicting people. If the city didn't want to deal with population sizes increasing within houseless camps, perhaps asking yourself why anyone is still without a house within the ever-growing city of Kalamazoo is a better place to begin. These violent sweeps and arrests have been detrimental to our community. Unhoused people should not be criminalized while you continue to protect the interests of the millionaires.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Dexter. I live in the city of Kalamazoo. I'm calling today to once again express my outrage over how the Kalamazoo public safety officers, if that's what we're going to call them right now, how they are treating the people who are unhoused. Most of the people in Kalamazoo, from what I have seen, heard, and interacted with, are in support of finding a safe spot for the houseless people to go, not banishing them from the city. I'm calling to ask that funding is made available to the people who do not have permanent housing so that they are easily able to get into permanent, safe, stable housing. I'm also calling to ask that the cops stop destroying their encampments because that is where they are living and they need a home. They, first of all, don't give the houseless people enough time to pack up and leave, and they don't treat them like humans. So basically, I'm just calling to express my dissatisfaction with the Kalamazoo public safety officers and asking the city commissioners to figure out a permanent solution to the houseless problem because we don't have enough housing for those in need in the city. Thanks for listening to our demands, and we hope that these are met because it's unreal. Like, these people are human, and you need to treat them like they are. So,
Drop the charges. And fuck Kalamazoo Department.
Hello, this is Hillary Hunt calling. I live at 3824 Greenleaf Circle in Kalamazoo, 49008. I'm calling to express my outrage and despair at the city's actions and the mistreatment of our houseless friends and neighbors. I've been watching videos from people who are at the scene, and I'm totally horrified by the brutality of the police towards those protesting, as well as the people being removed. I heard in particular about the protesters being maced, punched, kicked, and tackled. And I've donated to several GoFundMes for people who are having extreme medical issues and expenses as a result of those actions. I'm just in general shocked that in a city where we were just given hundreds of millions of dollars to improve the city and improve people's lives, there are people being evicted from the city limits. It's extremely inhumane and completely at odds with what we say that we are here in Kalamazoo. So I think it's a question of whether or not we're actually living up to the things that we say publicly, or whether those are things that we just say. If you have a question, you're welcome to reach me. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Timothy Lee. I'm a resident of Kalamazoo, Michigan. I'm calling about the handling of the homeless encampment sweeps and how disappointing it is to see members of that commission campaign on affordable housing and houselessness and then come in right before winter and give homeless people a 5-minute notice that they have to leave the area that they are, and then criminalize them, have police abuse them, and throw away all of their things right before winter so that they basically have no chance of surviving. It is just unimaginably cruel to do that. I'm calling about the police violence that happened to both the homeless people and the protesters and the people who were just taping and documenting the event. And the fact that they were denied medical attention despite having broken bones and back injuries. I'm calling about how a trans protester was demeaned after being arrested. Her anatomy talked about and how she was denied access to her medication all in public. I'm calling about how the city decided to charge the protesters with felonies that are basically false. I want the sweeps to stop. I want the charges dropped against the protesters. I want the officers involved to be investigated. And because you guys campaign so much on the houseless, find a solution for it. Many have been given to you, but you'd rather give money to golf courses. Also, graphic packaging should be denied any tax breaks. When I heard that there was talk of graphic packaging, I figured it would be criminal charges because they poisoned our community. It's really twisted how much money we're going to give them.
Yes, my name's Kevin. I live in the Winchell neighborhood. Just calling to note how disgusted I am that the police used so much force. I don't understand why they are so excited to tackle a small woman who poses no threat, break her thumb, rip her shirt off. That's all.
Hello, my name is Henry. I am a Kalamazoo resident. I am outraged at the city's calculated mistreatment of houseless friends and neighbors, and I'm disgusted at the police brutality towards those protesting it. KDPS attacked protesters by macing, punching, kicking, and brutally tackling them. They then denied medical attention to those who asked. KDPS immediately arrested a 50-year-old unhoused veteran, swiping his legs out from under him and piling on top of him, rendering his legs unusable. KDPS threw an Afro-Indigenous mother to the ground, ripping her medicine bag off, then denied her medical attention. She was unable to stand or walk on her own for days afterwards. KDPS chased and tackled a 5'2" woman who posed no threat to them. In the tackle, her shirt was ripped off and her thumb was broken. While in jail, a trans protester was interrogated about her anatomy in front of the entire cell block and was also denied her medication. KDPS gave residents of Tent City 5 minutes to pack what they could and leave their homes. What was left was bulldozed. People lost everything: their groceries, their tents, their animals, their important documents, their medicines, their children's artwork, and their memorials. Drop the charges and stop the sweeps. KDPS again swept the camp that had formed nearby after residents had nowhere to go. This is when the violent arrests occurred. KDPS and the city have since swept every large camp in 1 week, displacing hundreds of people, destroying most of their things in the process. City officials and KDPS keep insisting the mission has room, which is a provable lie. The mission still denies trans people services, confiscates belongings regularly, and is now only serving 1 meal per day. Sweeping encampments is a death sentence. Only 2 months until winter, and they've decimated any semblance of support systems. The mayor and police chief told residents of the 4th Ampersea camp that they could safely camp outside of city limits. Volunteer group heard.
My name is Q. I'm a resident of Kalamazoo City. All of you good people, good news to you. I'll tell of how the on? Which side are you on? The houseless are our neighbors, and we're their neighbors too. And we'll protect each other. It's the right thing to do. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? They say in Kalamazoo County there are no neutrals there. Either be with the unhoused or pigs for the mayor. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? Commissioners, can you stand it? Oh, tell me how you can. How is it without a sign that you can't even stand? Which side are you on? Which side are you on? Don't listen to the piggies, yeah, don't believe their lies. Drop the charges, stop the sweep, come on, let's organize. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
This is Chris Womhoff. I am a city resident, 1407 Bryant Street, Kalamazoo. Just wanted to share that at the beginning of the month this month, I had to kick somebody out, formerly homeless, again homeless. She was a heroin addict. I'm not going to share her name. I just want to share the pain that she is one of the many people who are homeless in Kalamazoo, and also suffers from heroin addiction through means of medical prescription. And as we talk about the FFE tonight, just a reminder to all the incumbents and all the people seeking commission seats that our favorite billionaires, Parfait and Johnston, were a large part of the heroin epidemic through pharmacia. And if you took money from them, you help support this heroin epidemic. I don't believe this person is going to live much longer. They're probably going to end up overdosing. And everyday people are helping because we're doing things like spending $900,000 on golf carts. So I hope that if you're thinking about becoming a city commissioner or you're going to be a returning city commissioner, that you remember there's a lot of people that are dying. There's going to be homeless that freeze to death again. And there's a lot of people that died from environmental impacts so that these billionaires could cheat on taxes, which is exactly what the FFE has been doing. So thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Rue Hensley. I live in the Vine, and I've lived here my entire life. I'm calling in disgust of the city's actions in not providing housing for the people who are houseless in this community, as well as the amount of brutalization that happened towards folks who protested the fact that this is not the case. I do not understand why there is not a capability in any of the city's budget to provide free and affordable housing for everybody in Kalamazoo, considering the fact that we just got millions of dollars of funding towards the city itself. I would greatly advise that you drop the charges and stop the sweeps. Drop the charges, stop the sweeps. I don't need to advise it. You just need to do it. There's no reason why this should be happening right now. I thank you for your time, and I hope you do the right thing.
Hi, my name is Hunter Willard, and I've been a resident of Kalamazoo for over 5 years now. I'm calling on behalf of the mistreatment of our homeless comrades in Kalamazoo. KDPS attacked protesters by macing, punching, kicking, and brutally tackling them. They denied medical attention to those who asked. KDPS immediately arrested a 50-year-old unhoused veteran, swiping his legs out from under him and piling on top of him, rendering his legs unusable. Sweeping encampments is a death sentence. Only 2 months until winter, and they have decimated any semblance of support systems. The mayor and police chief told residents of the 4th Ampres camp that they could safely camp outside of city limits. Volunteer groups heard from KDPS that they will not be allowing any tents within city limits. The interest of millionaires is protected while the police in the city unhouse more people every day. Unhoused people are being criminalized and pushed out of the public view to protect millionaire interests. I hope you're ashamed of yourself, David.
Hello, my name is Audrey Gerard. I live in the city of Kalamazoo. I vote there. I've lived there for, since 2015. And after I saw some really disappointing videos of the Kalamazoo Department of Public Safety giving residents of the tent city just 5 minutes to pack up, I was absolutely distraught. People lost everything. I mean, we're talking groceries, tents, animals, and their important documents, pictures of their families, medicines, even their children's artwork, and some memorials. These residents, it seems like, had nowhere to go, and this is when multiple violent arrests seem to occur simultaneously. I saw this video of a Afro-Indigenous mother being thrown to the ground, and for days after, she was unable to stand or walk on her own. I just think you guys as city officials can really do better than that. I believe in you guys. I love Kalamazoo. I just want better for my community. Thank you so much for listening. Have a wonderful rest of your night, guys. Bye.
My name is Amber Adams Fall. I'm a resident of Parchment, Michigan, and I work in the city of Kalamazoo. I'm standing in my living room looking at all of your faces on my TV screen and listening to the citizens of Kalamazoo calling in to express their disapproval for your recent actions regarding the homeless encampments in Kalamazoo. And I know by looking at your faces and without even having to look at them that none of you care. And that is unacceptable. What you have chosen to do to the homeless population in Kalamazoo is a crime against humanity. And I know that nothing I say will make any difference to you, so all I'm going to say is this. I am deeply, deeply ashamed of all of you at the absolute core of my human being. What you have done is disgusting, it's deplorable, it's cruel, it's not okay. It's unacceptable to me that all of you are sitting in your nice warm houses while you are forcing human beings out of your city and penalizing them for being poor. This system is broken. This city is broken. And I hope that all of my friends in Kalamazoo will vote all of you out as soon as humanly possible, and that the human beings that you have punished will receive the care they deserve. What you have done is not okay.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth, and I live in Kalamazoo, born and raised. I am absolutely appalled at the treatment of our houseless community members as of late. The fact that we're even having to have this conversation is disheartening, to say the least. This is not how one treats our fellow human beings. I understand that these camps are an issue to some, and that businesses may not want the camps on their property. But it seems like other measures would be explored thoroughly before resorting to violence and destruction of property. Until we have established rent control in the city and there are open beds in our shelters, can we say this problem has truly been looked at from all angles and addressed? Have you researched what other cities are doing for their houseless community members? Have you looked at organizations like Project Home in Philadelphia and considered modeling them? Because breaking up camps and destroying people's belongings seems like it should be a last resort option. There is no one perfect solution, but I can tell you that violence is not the way.
There is video evidence depicting this violence in the past 2 weeks. The way people are being treated in these videos is beyond upsetting. Allowing people 5 minutes to collect their precious belongings is deplorable to me. Throwing out people's medications, especially in the time of a pandemic, is deplorable to me. Body slamming a person who is not a threat to you to the point where they cannot walk the next day is deplorable to me. Harassing a trans person while they're being held in jail is deplorable to me. Telling people they cannot have tents within city limits with winter approaching is deplorable to me. And telling people to go to the Mission when you know they don't have open beds or are welcoming of LGBTQ people is deplorable. People are watching for your involvement. People are watching what you're doing, Mayor Anderson. And we're also watching to see how the rest of you respond to what has happened. If you are unhappy, like so many of us are, with how Mayor Anderson is handling this, then stand up. Say something. There are people in this community who want to help. There are examples of that. We can work together to come up with better solutions. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Doug Jackson. I'm a resident of Kalamazoo. I'm a student here also, and I'm disappointed in the police presence around the exterior location of the school. I live half a mile off campus towards the Bronco Club, and there has been more crime occurring there in the last several weeks. I would like to see more police presence. I think the Kalamazoo Police Department does an excellent job. Contrary to what everybody keeps saying and slamming the police department, they do an excellent job in the realm of law enforcement. However, we need stricter enforcement in certain areas. The majority of people that live in this area are students. What happens is outside entities come in and then victimize the students, and we need some support.
Hi, this is Andrew. I'm a resident of Kalamazoo, the city of Kalamazoo, and I'm calling tonight to express, I don't even know if disappointment's the right word, for what I've seen going on in Kalamazoo recently. I've seen friends arrested. I've seen homeless folks that just their entire lives being destroyed by a bunch of, police officers with guns. It's just sickening and inappropriate. And this has been going on way too long. It's not just this week. It's been going on way too long. And I believe everyone on that commission, you're all just turning a blind eye to it or endorsing it by not saying anything. I'd like to see all of the charges dropped. And I would like to see, frankly, Jim Ritzma be removed as city manager. I do not believe he is at all fit to run this city or any city. The way our police conduct themselves is absolutely disgusting. This is not the city we want. And I'm concerned that nobody on the commission cares. So please drop all the charges and please dismiss Jim Ritzma as city manager. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lauren Ellis. I'm a former resident. I am very upset at how we're seeing the city treat houseless community members and folks offering them support. Destroying their homes, supplies, and connections is violent. Attacking, injuring, and arresting and traumatizing folks is violent. Those charges need to be dropped. The city is clearly falling short on providing resources and out of touch with what they're suggesting as solutions. Freezing temps are near, and you're ripping away people's shelters and trying to push them further away from the resources that they have. This is only going to cause more harm. You need to do better.
Hello, my name is Annalise Baker. I am not a resident of Kalamazoo. I am a resident of Lansing, Michigan. but I'm calling as a concerned citizen of Michigan to discuss the recent events regarding the police brutality against houseless camp defenders. KDPS attacked protesters by macing, punching, kicking, and brutally tackling them. They then denied medical attention to those who asked. KDPS immediately arrested a 50-year-old unhoused veteran, swiping his legs out from under him and piling on top of him, rendering his legs unusable. They threw an Afro-Indigenous mother to the ground, ripping her medicine bag off, and denied her medical attention. She was unable to stand or walk on her own for days afterwards. They chased and tackled a 5'2" woman who posed no threat to them. While in jail, a trans protester was interrogated about her anatomy in front of an entire cell block and was denied her medication. KDPS gave residents of Tent City 5 minutes to unpack what they could and leave their homes. What was left was bulldozed. People lost everything: their groceries, their tents, their animals, their important documents, their medicine, their children's artwork, and their memorials. KDPS again swept the camp that had formed nearby after residents had nowhere to go. This is when violent arrests occurred. KDPS and the city have since swept every large camp in 1 week, displacing hundreds of people and destroying most of their things in the process. I am calling as a citizen to demand the release of all of the people who have been arrested as a result of defending the houseless camp, and for there to be justice for the brutality that they have faced, as well as permanent housing, denied their ability to have housing. Thank you.
Evening. I think it's time that we address some of these issues with the housing encampments that we've been dealing with for years. There have been a number of times that I've seen these encampments and the city says we're going to shut it down on this day, and then they extend it, but before they get to the extended day, they send the cops down to shut it down early, catch people by surprise. It seems to be a strategy, a method that they're using. And I feel like there are better ways to go about this than that way. I think that there are programs that we could create to help get these people in houses. There are plenty of strategies that are used by other cities quite successfully. And I think it's time that we implement some of these ideas. I'm looking at the people on the commission right now, and it looks like some of these people have known what it's like to be without housing. They know what it's like to not have that security. And when somebody doesn't have that security, and somebody uses their own security to infringe on somebody else's space and on their mental health to address an aesthetic issue, it's not okay. It's frightening to have somebody say that, you're going to go to jail if you don't leave this spot right now. It's terrifying to use trespass in that way, and I think it's inappropriate. A lot of these people, I went down there and I saw a guy, he just wanted to grab his fishing poles and he was ready to leave, but the cops wouldn't let him do it. They're like, nope, sorry, it's shut down. And I offered to go over there and get them for him, and they said they wouldn't let me go over there and get them. And I really just don't understand. Imagine if one of you guys went down there and like, hey, I'm going to go grab his fishing poles, and that's, that's one person solved. He doesn't want anything else. It's done. But they won't do that. And I don't understand how you would feel okay if they told you that you couldn't go grab a couple of fishing poles and solve, one person's dilemma. Hopefully we can come up with a solution instead of just passing this off year after year.
Hi, my name is Rebecca McCleary, and I'm a resident of the city of Kalamazoo. I'm also a business owner in the city of Kalamazoo, and I own a commercial property just outside of downtown. And I'm calling for two reasons. One, I've been listening to the comments, and a lot's been said, so there's a lot I don't need to say at this point. But I did hear Southwest Michigan First, hoping for or supporting the tax breaks for graphic packaging and doing so on behalf of the business community. And I just want to say that Southwest Michigan First definitely does not represent me as a business owner. I too am part of the business community here, and I would like you to vote no or to not approve any further tax breaks for graphic packaging. There are lots of us out here who can create jobs and employ people who are not going to pollute our black and brown neighborhoods. So I would like to say, I urge you to not support graphic packaging tax breaks. The other second thing is that I would like you to stop the sweeps and drop all the charges against anyone who, has charges against them, any of the activists or unhoused people themselves. I'm really disgusted with the city and the way that the KDPS has handled all of this. I was part of the group of individuals who helped with the warming shelters back in 2018, and I sat with Vernon Coakley at that time, prior to him being the chief of police, and, urged him to listen to the activists, listen to the unhoused people, listen to those of us who had ideas at that time about how to solve the housing crisis in Kalamazoo and how to get people housed. And he didn't want to listen. He just said that it was in the KDPS jurisdiction, any emergency actions. And obviously, what we want to see is creativity and vision from KDPS as far as if that is their mandate to help to orchestrate any emergency actions. But what we're seeing instead of creativity and vision is cruelty and violence. And I'm asking you to put any...
Hello, my name is Steve Ellis, city resident. I'm out actually in Colorado right now, and there is certainly a huge homeless problem in Denver. But one of their possible solutions is larger tracts of land, slightly farther out from the city that does not seem to be bothering anyone. If people do want to camp out, even all winter long, they are allowing that. I know they rescinded the camping law, but it's not up against a river or school or anything like that. They just found some larger unused tracts of land that do not seem to be bothering anybody. So anyway, that's my thoughts on it. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Bothering homeowners.
Vote no on graphic packaging expansion. There's a 14-year death gap, for God's sakes. The employees are being poisoned too. Why do jobs matter if the employees are being poisoned just like the residents? Environmental racism is so sad, and the Kalamazoo leaders don't even care. God help Kalamazoo.
Yeah, I would vote no to graphic packaging, and I would like for them to stop poisoning my family on the north side of Kalamazoo. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Neil Shaw, and as a resident of the state of Michigan, but no longer the city of Kalamazoo, I would just like to say that y'all need to stop the sweep on homeless encampments because it's just completely anti-humanitarian and unjust, and that you need to drop all charges on protesters that were trying to help people, that were not harming anybody, especially as somebody whose tax money goes to the institution in which is harming the people that were trying to stand up for what was right. So once again, please stop the sweeps of homeless encampments. They are not encroaching on anybody's territory. And please drop all charges against protesters that were trying to protect said encampments. My name is Neil Shaw. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Tina, and I live on Lake Street. I am from Kalamazoo. I was born and raised in Kalamazoo. I've never left Kalamazoo. I have seen Kalamazoo go downhill so fast. You know, there's a lot of things going on in Kalamazoo. There's shootings. You're not safe anymore. Kalamazoo used to be a safe place to live, but not anymore. I mean, you got people panhandling on every corner. And I work 2 jobs, sometimes 3. And if I can work 2 to 3 jobs, so can some of these other people. And my problem with the homeless is they need to learn to clean up after themselves. Maybe if they clean up after themselves, they wouldn't get kicked out of every place they've been in. And this is their 3rd place, or maybe 4th place, if you count the hotel that they put them up. This has been going on for 2 years. It used to be illegal to panhandle in Kalamazoo. Now they're on every single corner. And if you can panhandle for 7 hours, why can't you work for 7 hours? But another thing I got to bring up is, when are you going to fix the infrastructure in Southtown neighborhood? When we flood, your sewers back up in our homes, in our streets, in our basements, in the businesses. You know, you fix sewers everywhere. Downtown, fix the sewers. Okay, what about fixing the sewers that aren't working anymore? The ones in Southtown neighborhood, they don't work. Because the storm drain should not fill up with water and then back your sewers up. Something's not right. This should be fixed. Homeowners and residents of Kalamazoo, just because we're a poor neighborhood and we're not a rich corporation, because this is what Kalamazoo seems like it all is to me now. It's all about rich corporations and what they want and how much money they can give you to do what you want, so then you let them do what they want. Kalamazoo used to be a city that was for the people, the hard-working people of Kalamazoo that work hard, own their homes, take care of their homes, take care of their properties, and do the right things. Kalamazoo is just not a safe place anymore. We need change. We need change in Kalamazoo. We need people on the board who actually care about people, not about how much money you have, but about the real people of Kalamazoo, the people that make Kalamazoo real, not the rich corporations. To them, it's all Kalamazoo should go back to being about the real people, not the rich corporations. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, my name is Julie Merrill, and I live in Kalamazoo County in Vicksburg, Michigan. And my general concern is about the homeless situation is these are American citizens. Some are veterans, some have mental health issues and things like that. And it's inconceivable to me that these sweeps are being conducted and people who have barely anything are losing what little they got. And I really don't believe it's that easy to get in off the streets with the different situations people have. Also, there are some allegations made about people being denied medical treatment or being denied medications. In Maricopa County, Arizona, the police chief, they sent a woman to jail, and she was diabetic, and after 3 days she slipped into a coma because she wasn't having her medications. And I believe that the family was awarded $3.2 million, and the family wasn't informed till later that they actually were trying to cover all this up through the sheriff's department. So they could have been awarded a lot more. And me, as a taxpayer, I really hate to see money being spent on damages that could have been prevented. And by treating people humanely, if allegations that I've received over my texting, if any of these are true, they're really quite serious, brutalizing people who really have nowhere else to turn. We can be a lot better than that, and this deeply saddens me. I witnessed the homeless being kicked out in Louisville, Kentucky, the last week of February. I was passing through Kentucky on the way to New Orleans, and they did a sweep. and the news covered it, and all of a sudden people were giving back their possessions, their tents and things. But it was 20 degrees that night in Louisville, Kentucky this year, 2021, and it was the last week in February, maybe the 25th, 24th or 5th, when I was passing through. And I can't believe this is America. That's my comment. Julie Merrill, Vicksburg, Michigan, 649-2476. 649-2476.
Hi, I'm a resident of Kalamazoo, and I just want to say, hey, pay attention to these public responses. There is a reason why the citizens of Kalamazoo are taking their time to show their concerns to you. Please act and react to them with respect.
Joseph Henry from neighboring so-called Portage, Michigan. I'm calling in as a concerned resident in the county witnessing the brutalization of our unhoused community and grassroots leaders who have stepped up for this community, supported this community, fed this community as the city of Kalamazoo has not only criminalized them, but boastfully done so with taxpayers' dollars. There should be no reason why the unhoused, who have built community and trust in each other, should be stripped of their right to land, stripped of their personal belongings, and treated less than the people in power. We have failed them by empowering law enforcement to treat them as trespassers. There are people with action plans that have been ignored time after time, whose strategies could have avoided the situation altogether. Drop the charges, stop the sweep, and start listening to the unhoused, the people who have built community with them, and those looking out for their best interests. You are continuing to build distrust in the community in regards to law enforcement and have given the unhoused no securities or reason to believe the leaders in Kalamazoo are looking out for their good.
This is Elvira, and I used to live in Kalamazoo for almost 10 years, up until realizing that with the increase of rent going up and up and up, that I had to leave, and it was a place where I had built a community with many vulnerable communities, seeing that a lot of people that I know have been literally hurt while just trying to fight for human rights and the right to exist on this land that has been colonized. It's incredibly aggravating to see that the same KDPS that has racially profiled me is still doing the same thing. And I have moved to an area that is a lot less redlined, and it's a huge difference. And it's so aggravating to see that change is just looking slower and almost non-existent for Kalamazoo.
I'm a resident of the city of Kalamazoo, and I'm calling to demand you not support tax breaks for graphic packaging. I'm also calling to share my disgust with how the city and the Kalamazoo Department of Public Safety have dealt with the unhoused crisis in our community. Make no mistake that these two issues are inextricably tied together. These are our neighbors, and I care about them, so why don't you? Stop the sweeps and drop the charges. No, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, that was the last public comment.
Okay, thank you very much, Deputy City Manager, for managing that. I want to thank everybody who took the time and made the effort to call in tonight. We appreciate hearing from you during our business meetings. I have a question here about the consent agenda. I know there was a request to move during public comments to move another few items to the regular agenda from the consent agenda. Can someone give me some help on?
Mayor Clyde Robinson, City Attorney.
Thank you.
Under the commission rules, that was an appropriate request by the individual who made the public comment, and you should consider those matters under the regular agenda portion of the meeting.
Okay, I appreciate that. So I did not take complete notes on all the particular consent agenda items that there was a request made to move. Who
I
has
believe,
that?
Mayor, I believe they were numbers 1, 2, 3, and 5.
And 10. No, 10, and 12 were
12.
already.
12.
Well, 12 was already
12.
removed.
Yeah, and 17 has already been removed. Okay.
1, 2, 3, and 5.
Yes, that's what's reflected in my notes.
Thank you, Attorney Robinson. Very helpful. I appreciate that. So I don't want to mess up anybody's flow here as we're getting back to our agenda. However, I need to take a quick break here. We've been at this for over 3 hours. So I'm going to suggest a quick bio break. Can we give ourselves 9 minutes maybe and come back at 10:20?
comments are over. Recessed until 10:20.
All right, hello. So are we all back? Okie dokie. Our next agenda item is our consent agenda. City Manager Ritzma.
The following items are requested for approval. First is the approval of a contract with Hoffman Brothers Incorporated for improvements to Mountain Home Cemetery in the amount of $598,136.10. Next is the approval of a change order to contract with Carrier and Gable in the amount of $150,000 for traffic signal maintenance supplies to be provided through December 31, 2021, bringing the new contract total to $230,000. Next is the adoption of a resolution from the Michigan Department of Licensing and Regulatory Affairs Liquor Control Commission recommending approval of an on-premises tasting room permit for Brewery Outre LLC to be located at 567 East Ransom Street. Next is the adoption of a resolution from the Michigan Department of Licensing and Regulatory Affairs Liquor Control Commission recommending approval of an off-premises tasting room license for Distilled Kalamazoo LLC at 1030 Portage Street. Next is the adoption of a resolution from the Michigan Department of Licensing and Regulatory Affairs Liquor Control Commission recommending approval of a redevelopment liquor license for Dabney and Company Public School LLC at 344 North Rose Street. Next is the adoption of a resolution granting a payment in lieu of taxes for properties located at 508 Harrison Street and 660 Gull Road for the purpose or for the proposed 4% low-income housing tax credit project. Next is the approval of an exchange agreement for interduct utilities between the City of Kalamazoo and Zayo Group LLC. Next is the approval of an amendment to the Kalamazoo Small Business Loan Fund Services Agreement with the United Way. Next is the acceptance of a $100,000 grant from the Michigan Economic Development Corporation for architecture and engineering costs related to the 140 South Edward Street mixed use project. And finally, acceptance of a grant from the Irving S. Gilmore Foundation for the construction of updated playground amenities at Millen Park in the amount of $286,574.
Thank you, City Manager Ritzma. So the motion is to approve items 4, 6 through 9, 11, and 13 through 16. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Urbans, supported by Commissioner Pradel. Saw your hand up, Commissioner Pradel. Was that correct? Right. Clerk Borland, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Knott,
Yes.
Commissioner Pradel,
Yes.
Commissioner Urban,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Griffin,
Yes, for everything except 11.
Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Cunningham,
Yes.
Commissioner Hess.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioners. The consent agenda items are approved. Regular agenda, Manager Ritzma.
Item G1 is approved equipment lease purchase agreement with Delay Landon Public Finance for Millen Park Golf Course golf carts in the amount of $875,254.84.
Thank you, Manager Ritzma. Can you provide us a staff report on that item?
Yeah, I know there was a lot of questions about this item and relative to city dollars being used for this. So the golf course is a separate fund of the city and it is under contract to be operated by DM Golf. And the lease payments for these golf carts are made by DM Golf and they are paid for by cart rental fees at the golf course. There are no city funds or city dollars in this transaction at all. And these are again for replacement carts for Millen Park Golf Course.
Thank you, Manager Ritzma. Are there any questions for Manager Ritzma on this item?
Yes.
Commissioner Urban?
So basically, what we're doing in approving this is allowing the directors of the golf course, the separate contractor, to spend its own money. Is that right?
Correct. In the form of lease payments. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, there is item G1 now for the approval of equipment lease purchase. Is there a motion?
Moved, Commissioner Hess.
Motion made by Commissioner Hess.
Support.
Supported by Commissioner Cunningham. Any discussion? Clerk Borling, please call the roll.
Commissioner Pradel,
Yes.
Commissioner Urban,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Griffin,
Yes.
Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Cunningham,
Yes.
Commissioner Hess,
Yes.
Commissioner Knott.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioners. The motion is approved. Manager Ritzma.
Item G2 is approval of a one-year extension of the lease with EnviroSuite Corporation for order monitoring, weather monitoring, maintenance, and modeling software in the amount of $113,338.
And Manager Ritzma, do you have information on this particular item?
Sure. So I believe the caller that pulled this was saying that this is something that I think graphic packaging should be doing, not the city. I'm going to have Director Baker explain, I think the next three items that were pulled are relative to our utility system. Director Baker?
Yes, thank you, Manager Ritzma. Again, James Baker here, Public Service Director and City Engineer. This item for the EnviroSuite odor monitoring system is an enhanced scope and further expansion of our current both community odor sensors and our in-plant odor monitoring system. And so this helps us respond to and detect odors within the community, as well as odors generated within process-specific areas here at the treatment plant. This package request includes the addition of 5 additional community sensors, as well as some enhancements to the platform, which we would propose to have real-time community portal where folks could see what the community sensor readouts are in real time. And so, this work is part of that overall odor solution. There's also helps us track and respond to odors generated here at the treatment plant. And so I can take some questions on this item if anybody has any.
Any questions for Director Baker on the one-year extension? Manager Ritzma?
Yeah, Your Honor. I'm wondering if Director Baker can also comment on the other two, since they all are tied to what appears to be odor and monitoring.
Yeah, certainly, Manager Ritzma. The next item, which I believe is G3, that's a $109,000 request for Solterra. That is a odor control chemical that we're using within the treatment plant. We've been piloting that for the last year approximately, and that's a proprietary blend of, it's essentially lemongrass oil, methyl and methanol alcohol blends that are utilized, that we apply that on our biosolids. That's the cake product that we landfill. That's processed here within our solids handling facility. That gets loaded into bins and then ultimately into trucks that's then trucked out to landfills. So we apply this product directly onto that cake. This product has also been used to apply on our screen residuals areas. We've got screens in the treatment plant that screen out a lot of floatable debris, rags and whatnot. Those all get loaded into roll-off containers, and then this product is applied to them. And our results over the last year have really showed some improvement within these process-specific areas with this industrial odor treatment chemical to help us kind of minimize the odors during that transport and while those materials are making their way to the landfill. Moving on to item G5. This is a much larger item. This has allied benefits to the odor treatment process or community odor control efforts. But this item is largely rooted within our capacity management, operations, and maintenance of the county-wide sewer system. We've been piloting a smart sewer sensor program where we take existing manhole covers, the cast iron covers, and we replace them with these composite covers that have an array of sensors built into them. Those sensors are flow and level sensors, and some of those can be also upfitted with in-sewer hydrogen sulfide sensors. And so the direct link to odor mitigation is that we can utilize these in-sewer hydrogen sulfide sensors to kind of correlate changes over time with hydrogen sulfide generation within the sewer system all throughout the county-wide system. And it's our goal, and we've shown a little bit of progress on that already, to be able to tie that back to industrial user discharge events and to try to learn more and as that system reacts. Getting back to the overall capacity management, operations, and maintenance of the countywide sewer system, we have 5 sensors in place right now. This request is to add 80 additional sensors, as well as 20 rain gauge and weather sensors throughout. And if I could just talk a little bit about some of the positive success that we've had with our 5 sensors in place. We've got a sensor that we installed just recently on Kalamazoo Avenue. That's a location that's been a operations and maintenance challenge for us. There's a siphon that has backed up frequently. We had a backup event into a nightclub there on Kalamazoo Avenue. And what this system does and what it's allowed us to do is detect in real time sanitary sewer overflow events and potentially basement backup events. With this system installed, we're able to send crews out in reaction to high-level status alarms that were pinging on the sensor. When we were able to get to this siphon, and we were able to knock down a backup event before it caused any damage to private property. We also had a sanitary sewer event in Bowling Clouds area that did result in a sanitary sewer. That's a reportable event to Eagle. However, we were responding in real time. So the sensors went off, it alerted us, we sent Vector crews up there. And so we were catching that sanitary sewer overflow event in real time as it occurred. So the positive takeaway from that was that we were able to minimize the effects of that sanitary sewer overflow event. This request also contains a component to integrate into GIS development and the implementation of a real-time hydraulic model that will feed back into our control room. So really the goal of all this is to get some sophisticated intelligence within the sewer system, the gravity-wide sewer system. We've got 300 miles of sewer here in City Kalamazoo. And then if you can count all the townships and other city jurisdictions connected to us, that sewer system is about 900 miles. And so there's a lot of sewer out there. There's a lot of things happening. We've seen a lot of acute rain events where we've experienced capacity concerns with sewer systems that are in isolated pockets of the community, where rain gauges at the airport weren't registering high amounts of rain, but we were seeing flooding in other parts of the community. So these vast network of sensors give us the ability to respond to a lot of this stuff in real time. This request is for approximately $3.6 million. However, that is over a 3-year period. So it's about $1.1 million per year. I'll pause at that point and field any questions from commissioners at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Baker. I just first want to say thanks for your very thorough explanation and the great work you're doing. So just as a reminder here, we're going to be voting separately on items now 2, 3, and 5, but we're kind of asking, have some discussion about all of them at this point. So just don't want it to have it be confusing. Commissioner Pradel.
Hey, Director Baker. Thanks for sticking with us here late tonight. Just had a question on agenda item 3, the Solterra solvent. Just to clarify, so you're sharing that solvent is added to like bio-waste material that's carted off-site effectively. So it's not like injected into like the water system or that sort of thing. It's injected into the items, the solid waste materials that are then trucked off to landfills effectively.
That's correct. So these products, the Solterra product is used within the wastewater treatment plant, and that's used on managed residuals throughout their disposal process, and that would include transportation to landfill.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you clarifying that, because again, I think sometimes there's misconceptions when you hear the wastewater treatment plant. People think that it's water that's going back to what they're drinking or whatnot, but we're talking about our waste treatment plant. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Pradel. Other questions for Director Baker? All right. Commissioner Cunningham.
I was just making note, Vice Mayor Griffin wanted to ask a question or make a statement.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you,
Vice Mayor
Commissioner
Griffin.
Cunningham. Thank you, Mayor Anderson. Just really briefly, Director Baker, I'm just going back to that Solterra, because there was one comment that came through just in relation to what is used in the Solterra and any sort of impacts it could have on the residents around where that's going to be used. Do you have anything to speak towards that? Have there been any studies, or is there any information out there with respects to the contents in Solterra causing problems?
Yes, thank you very much, Vice Mayor, for that question. So the Solterra product, that's a proprietary blend of lemongrass oil, and then it also contains both methyl and methanol alcohol blends. That product is used in low dosage within the sludge and transport of those residuals. Now, if you look to what we would call MSDSs or material safety data sheets, there would be health concerns noted in terms of ingestion or something like that. So the only health concerns that I was able to find from this would really be related to if you were to ingest it or to get the product on your skin in the full amount. And there's citing all chemicals have to have disclosures in terms of their carcinogen risk. This does not have one. This product does not carry a California Proposition 65 listing. Many products have to carry that. This product does not carry that. And that in terms of ecological testing, there's no data at this time in this product. And then this material is not expected to bioaccumulate. So there hasn't been a wide study of this chemical in terms of health effects other than directly drinking or ingesting it. And from the data that we have available, it doesn't indicate that this chemical has wide neighborhood concerns. So this again is used in very low dose. Some of the main ingredients are that lemongrass oil, and a chemical that at this point, to our knowledge, doesn't have any major health concerns for, its proper use or manufacturer recommended uses.
Other questions for Director Baker? Okay, seeing none at this time then. The recommended motion is on item G2 now, is the approval of a one-year extension of the lease with EnviroSuite Corp. For odor monitoring, weather monitoring, maintenance, and modeling software in the amount of $113,338. Is there a motion?
I'll move that.
Motion made by Commissioner Urban,
Support.
supported by Commissioner Cunningham. Any discussion? Commissioner Pradel.
Sure. I'll be the first to admit, I actually kind of like when things come off the consent agenda and go on the regular agenda, because I feel like the education process for us and for the public, is enhanced. So I like that a lot. I think the rationale for why it was removed was a little bit bonkers. Based on a lot of things we're hearing tonight, this EnviroSuite technology is basically used to create transparency. There's a portal that people in real time can view what's happening in their city and the levels that we're finding, whatnot. It's about accountability. It gives us, the citizens, to the accountability to know what's going on and what we're breathing and what's in the air at any given time, all over that area that a lot of us know has been pervasive for generations. And lastly, we've heard so much from people and been listening to people for a very long time, longer than I've been on the city commission, about this order that has existed for generations. And this might be the first period in the first commission that might actually do something to eradicate the smell that's existed on the northeast side of Kalamazoo. So I enthusiastically am excited to vote for these EnviroSuite sensors. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Pradel. Scott Borling, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Urban,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Griffin,
Yes.
Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Cunningham,
Yes.
Commissioner Hess,
Yes.
Commissioner Knott,
Yes.
Commissioner Pradel.
Yes.
Thank you, Commission. The motion is approved. Now, item G3, are we down to you, City Manager?
Yes, approval of a contract with Solterra Group LLC to purchase odor suppressant chemicals in the amount of $109,200.
Thank you, Manager Ritzma. The recommended motion is approval of this contract. Is there a motion?
So moved. Commissioner Hess.
Motion made by Commissioner Hess, supported by Commissioner Urban. Discussion. Commissioner Hess.
To be clear, this was a part of your budget for this year, was it not, Director Baker?
That's correct. It is.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Clerk Borling, please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Griffin,
No.
Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Cunningham,
Yes.
Commissioner Hess,
Yes.
Commissioner Knott,
Yes.
Commissioner Pradel,
Yes.
Commissioner Urban.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioners. The motion is approved. Manager Ritzma.
Item G5 is approval of a contract with Xylem View Incorporated for the sanitary sewer real-time level, flow, and rain monitoring decision support system in the amount of $3,593,556.29.
Thank you, Manager Ritzma. Commissioners, the recommended motion is to approve this contract. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Motion
Support.
made by Commissioner Knott. Is
Or
that support from Commissioner Urban?
Yes.
Is that right? Oh, sorry. Okay. Discussion, Commissioners. Commissioner Pradel.
Sure. I'm highly supportive of this as well, because again, this provides agile real-time data to the city. You've heard a number of people talk about their concerns and issues with flooding in our community. and wastewater sewer backup and those sort of things that have been going on. This is specifically intended to address those concerns. I think this is exactly in a time where people have been calling about concerns about global climate change and the impacts it's having on flooding and backups and that sort of thing. So I think this is a great step to make again in response to what we're hearing from our community.
Thank you, Commissioner Pradel. Other discussion? Seeing none. Clerk Borley, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Cunningham,
Yes.
Commissioner Hess,
Yes.
Commissioner Knott,
Yes.
Commissioner Pradel,
Yes.
Commissioner Urban,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Griffin.
Yes.
Thank you, Commission. The motion passes. Manager Ritzma.
Item G12 is adoption of a resolution setting forth the values to guide the city manager and his designees and authorize them to engage in collective bargaining negotiations with the unions representing public safety departments sworn personnel whose contracts expire after December 31, 2021.
Thank you, Manager Ritzma. Is there a staff report on this item?
Yeah, I would like to read the recitals and the resolution for the record. I think it's something that everyone is wondering about. So as for recitals, item A, President Obama's task force on 21st century policing recognized that trust between local law enforcement agencies and the people they protect and serve is essential to the stability of our community, the integrity of the criminal justice system, and the safe and effective delivery of unbiased police services. Item B, however, recent events, both nationally and locally, have exposed divisions in the relationship between law enforcement and segments of the community they serve. Next, item C, building trust on both sides of the police/resident divide is foundational to the development of a trusting relationship between those who enforce the law and those who are served by it. Item D, as noted by the task force, to achieve these goals, law enforcement must embrace a guardian rather than a warrior mindset to build trust and legitimacy both within a law enforcement agency itself and with the public. Item E, this is accomplished in part by law enforcement having a culture of transparency and accountability, collaborating with those neighborhoods disproportionately affected by crime, by improving relationships, increasing community engagement, and fostering cooperation in an effort to reduce crime. Item F, additionally, law enforcement must have clear, consistent, and comprehensive policies in the use of force, be proactively transparent with the community, and ensure that complaints against officers are addressed timely, consistently, fairly, and transparently. It is item G, it is recognized by the City Commission that the collective bargaining agreements between the city and the unions representing law enforcement personnel should, to the extent possible, reflect the recommendations of the President's Task Force on 21st Century Policing and should incorporate best practices in law enforcement from around the country and peer communities. Now, therefore, it is resolved as follows. The City Commission affirms and embraces the sentiment set forth in the Task Force on 21st Century Policing Report as reflected in the recitals and instructs and authorizes the city manager and his designees to use these values and observations as guiding principles while engaged in the upcoming collective bargaining process with members of the Kalamazoo Public Safety Officers Association and Kalamazoo Public Supervisors Association, whose agreements with the city expire December 31, 2021.
Thank you, Manager Ritzma. So their recommended action is to approve the resolution. Is there such a motion? Motion is made by Commissioner Urban. Is there support? Commissioner Cunningham. Discussion.
Well, may I begin?
Yes, sir.
Well, I want to thank whoever composed the recitation that goes with the resolution. That goes toward trying to satisfy the public about what in the world we were doing in all those closed meetings we were having. Those closed meetings, we can't discuss the details of them, but they were extremely helpful, to me at least, in understanding what is in fact possible in the direction of improving accountability and performance of our police force by referring to what's going on elsewhere in the country and what's going elsewhere, even in our state, in Grand Rapids and Ann Arbor and so forth. So it was a very useful series of background meetings to help us understand what's possible and what's at stake. So although we typically we don't say anything more in granting these permissions to begin negotiating other than just saying one sentence, in this case, I think we did need to say a lot more. And so I always want to thank whoever composed that recitation for going as far as they did with it. If any other commissioner wants to add commentary about it, now's a good time to do that.
Thank you, Commissioner Urban. Other discussion? Vice Mayor Griffin.
Thank you, Mayor Anderson. Thank you, Commissioner Urban. Yeah, Commissioner Urban pretty much laid that out quite well. But I just wanted to speak to the fact that as members of this commission, a city commission runs a lot like a nonprofit board. The day-to-day is run by the executive director, which would in fact be City Manager Ritzema. But as he is one of our 4 appointees, it's important that we as members of the commission become educated and aware of all ways that we can improve and transform our community, and most importantly, respond to the needs and the requests of our community. So that is why we were in closed session for so long, because I don't believe that before there had ever been this deep dive into the connections between the collective bargaining agreement and some of the things that we're seeing happening in our community. So it is my hopes that as there is going to be some progression in this space, that there's actually that city staff takes these recommendations seriously, because I do believe that they will help to improve our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Griffin. Other discussion? Commissioner Pradel.
Clyde, I'm hoping everything so far is within bounds. Okay. I would just say that I feel a high level of confidence that city administration heard us as commissioners, about direction, and I think as a group of people, they are smart people who do this work, and we have experts on our city staff that do this work, and I feel a high level of confidence that they will execute on that conversation. So
thank you, Commissioner Pradel. Any other discussion at this point? Seeing none, Clerk Borling, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Cunningham.
Yes.
Commissioner Hess.
Yes.
Commissioner Knott.
Yes.
Commissioner Pradel.
yes.
Commissioner Urban.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Griffin.
No.
Mayor Anderson.
Yes. Thank you, Commission. The resolution passes. Manager Ritzma.
Item G17, approval of the minutes from the City Commission business meetings on July 6, July 19, September 7, September 20, and October 4, 2021, and the committee of the whole meetings on June 7, July 6, and September 27, 2021.
Thank you, Manager Ritzma. Clerk Borling, I know this was pulled off the agenda relative to a couple specific comments. Did you have any responses for those?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess my response is to say, yes, I know that I did get behind this summer and been catching up with minutes, and the set presented to you tonight goes a long way to getting caught up. And this is an area of improvement that I've marked out for myself to be better at this. It is important to make sure that citizens are aware of the actions of the commission. So those are my remarks.
Appreciate it, Clerk Borling. Commissioners,
Mayor?
I'm sorry.
City Attorney?
Yes. Yes, sir.
In regard to the public comment that caused this to be removed, I think I should point out that under the Open Meetings Act, proposed or draft minutes of public meetings have to be done within 8 business days after the meeting. So that doesn't count weekends, it doesn't count holidays, and they have to be available for public inspection. That does not mean they have to be published on the website or anything. It's just that if you go to the clerk's office, you say, I'd like to see the draft minutes, they've got to be available. I don't know that Mr. Borling has exceeded those requirements. The other thing I should point out is that at a minimum, all he has to do is put in what the Open Meetings Act requires and what is required by the Robert's Rules of Order. And those requirements are rather limited in terms he's got to disclose the date, time, place of the meeting, the members present, members absent, any decisions made, and the purpose for any closed session and the result of all roll call votes. Robert's rules also talk about you report only what is done, not what is said. So all he would have to do is put in the nature of the motion on main motions, any amendments, and obviously the roll call vote results. And you also have to disclose the date or the time of adjournment. Now, that's it. There is no requirement under law or under Robert's rules for the clerk to approximate the congressional record. A good example is he will likely try to condense much of the comments that were given this evening, both in terms of the public and in their public comments, the comments by Director Baker in responding to the questions on some of the agenda items. Technically, there's no need for all of that. And if he didn't put all that stuff in the record, in the minutes, he could probably put the minutes out in short order. But the expectations are placed on him to do much more than is required by law. As I just wanted to point that out, that Clerk Borling does yeoman service in putting together complete minutes that go beyond what is the law requires.
Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Robinson. Helpful information. The recommended motion is to approve the minutes from the series of dates. Is there such a motion?
So moved. Support.
Motion made. Okay, motion made by Commissioner Hess, supported by Commissioner Cunningham. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'm sorry, Commissioner Hess.
I really want to thank Clerk Borling for the comprehensive minutes that are put out on the web. And thank you, Attorney Robinson, for letting us know that if one wants to see the minutes prior to them being published on the web, that they can visit the clerk's office.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hess. Any other discussion? Clerk Borling, please call the roll.
Mayor, let's see. Commissioner Hess.
Yes.
Commissioner Knott.
Yes.
Commissioner Pradel.
Yes.
Commissioner Urban.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Griffin.
Yes.
Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Cunningham.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioners. The motion is approved. Next are reports and legislation. City Manager Ritzma, do you have a report?
Yes, Mayor, I would like to, I know there were a lot of comments made about the clearing of the homeless encampments and all of the details surrounding that. So I'd just like to read into the record some of the thinking behind it and where we go from here. So the decision to close the Ampersee encampment, the encampment and homelessness in general is a challenging, complex, and emotional situation for all parties involved. The decision to close the Ampersee encampment was made by the city manager's office and myself. This decision came after numerous conversations with our partners, including the county, the Continuum of Care, and others, where we all agreed that the conditions at the Ampersee encampment were unsafe. Conditions at the Ampersee encampment presented significant risk to the health and safety of those living at the encampment, those who visit the site to provide support and services, as well as those living and working nearby. Additionally, KDPS calls for service doubled between June and August. On September 15, the city posted notices and issued a release indicating our intent to close the encampment on September 29. The closure was postponed to allow for more outreach activities to occur in an effort to connect people with services and shelter. So the question of why now? The safety of everyone living in our community is our top priority. The conditions at the Ampersee encampment were growing increasingly more unsafe. The encampment was located in a brownfield site, which by definition is unsafe and unhealthy for human habitation due to hazardous substances in the ground. The encampment grew significantly in recent months, with many inhabitants coming from outside of Kalamazoo. The increasing dangers at the encampment were not in alignment with the guidelines for safe camping. The Continuum of Care participated in a supported closure and worked to connect people to shelters and services available in our community prior to enforcement. So the outreach conducted prior to closure, so immediately before closure, we paused closure efforts to allow the Continuum of Care and service providers to conduct a final, comprehensive, and coordinated outreach effort. On October 4, 12 agencies participated in the outreach event to offer support with housing, shelter, recovery services, and food. Results of the outreach event include 13 people that opted for shelter, both at the Kalamazoo Gospel Mission and Oakland House. 50 people received cell phones to remain connected to services, and 2 families were provided transportation to be reunited with their families living outside of the area. When we announced the closure, the Continuum of Care estimated there were approximately 100 people at the encampment. At the conclusion of the October 4th event, Continuum of Care estimated that about 50 people remained. So leading up to the closure announcement, organizations had designated staff to help coordinate housing for encampment residents. And per guidelines from HUD, the first priority is to try to link all individuals with available shelter beds in our community. Kalamazoo has had and continues to have ample shelter capacity to accommodate those living in the encampments. If individuals could not access shelter due to medical condition or extenuating circumstances, alternative options were explored based on eligibility for current programs. This process is established for everyone experiencing homelessness in our community, not just for those in the encampment. We know that some people experiencing homelessness are more visible than others, and we have to find ways to support all of our community in need. Other options being pursued, such as exploring master leasing units as they become available. The Continuum of Care partners, which provide casework and other support daily since the encampment formed last spring and prior to the Mill Street encampment, launched an exit strategy to help inhabitants find safer options. Outreach coordination focused on connecting people to available support services. Partners include Integrated Services of Kalamazoo, which is a one-on-one outreach, Housing Resources Incorporated, which coordinated every entry assistance, including available shelter, rapid rehousing, and rental aid, and Hope Through Navigation, which again was one-on-one outreach, and the Urban Alliance, which was one-on-one outreach as well. Shelter Services, which currently has the capacity to serve all of those who are at the encampment. Offering shelter space is Kalamazoo Gospels Ministries, Men, Women, and Families, Oakland Houses Shelter and Addiction Services, Open Doors, which is for men, Next Door Women, Next Door, which is for women, YWCA, CMA, Domestic Violence Shelter for women, the Arc for the Youth, which is for youth, and Keystone, which is for veterans, and Ministry with Community, which is a day shelter and support services. So again, those are the shelter services that are available in our community. Addiction services, which is helping those with substance use disorder. Providing these supports are Integrated Services of Kalamazoo, Recovery Institute, and Southwest Behavioral Health. And food assistance and making sure people have enough to eat. Partners in this include Ministry with Community, which provides 2 meals daily at their location. Kalamazoo Gospel Ministries, which provides 2 meals daily at their location, and Kalamazoo Loaves and Fishes, which is an on-site delivery of food and water and a grocery pantry. So what's next? The city is working closely with the Continuum of Care, Kalamazoo County, and community partners to explore numerous housing solutions ranging from temporary to permanent. Staff was recently at a conference in Portland, Oregon, in which they were able to see firsthand some of the creative designs that exist for people working to transition out of homelessness. We are actively evaluating sites and funding sources to bring a pilot to Kalamazoo before the end of the year, recognizing that solutions need to focus even more on providing wraparound supports than on physical infrastructure. So as it stands right now, options for the unhoused are KGM, and a Continuum of Care city staff partners recently toured the facility and talked through who can access shelter and supports at KGM. There are only a handful of individuals that are not currently able to utilize KGM due to violence committed against other residents or staff. Beyond that, the message is that they want to be available to support our community in need. Currently, the mission has capacity in all areas and estimate they can easily accommodate more than 100 people. When the expansion project is finished in December, they will add almost 200 beds. So no longer will people have to sleep on mats on the floor, but there will be a bed for each person that stays at the gospel mission. And then the Continuum of Care is working on a countywide plan to reduce homelessness that recognizes the need for a variety of housing options. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Manager Ritzma. While not to catch anyone off guard here, but Clerk Borling, do you have any report this evening?
No, sir.
Well, how about just a quick election update?
Sure. Yes, we are having an election, and today was actually the close of registration for people to be able to register in any and all of the different ways that you can register to vote. Starting tomorrow, if someone wants to register to vote and be eligible to vote in the November election, they have to come to the clerk's office in person and bring proof of residency, and we can help with that at that point, but that's important to know. Absentee balloting is going on right now. We have probably close to 6,000 absentee ballots out at this point, and I'm going to guess around 2,500 or so that have been returned. So if you need an absentee ballot, please let us know. If you have an absentee ballot, please make sure that you get that voted ballot back to us by 8 p.m. on Election Day, which is November 2nd. Yeah, we're doing well here.
Thank you, Clerk Borling. Just a couple questions here. So you don't just send out absentee ballots, they have to be requested. Is that correct?
Correct. In order to get an absentee ballot, you have to first submit a written request that includes your signature. We can help you with that. We can get you a form that you can fill out. A kind of a generic form is also available on the Secretary of State's website, but there's no requirement actually that you have to use the form if you simply send us a letter saying that you'd like an absentee ballot for the November 2nd election. Your, of course, include your name, your registered address, and sign it. We can get you an absentee ballot.
Thank you. And do you have any Saturday voting access hours coming up?
Yes, the Saturday before the election, which I believe is October 30th, we will be open from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. And so that'll be an opportunity people can come to City Hall and take care of getting an absentee ballot, returning an absentee ballot. We can help you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Clerk Borling. All right, Manager Ritzma.
Yeah, sorry, Mayor, I forgot to mention, so we take any complaints and allegations against public safety very seriously. And anyone that has a complaint of any nature relative to public safety, there's an online complaint form under it's at kalamazoo.org/complaints-commendations/complaint/. And on there, it runs you through the whole process of filing a complaint and all the details around that.
Okay, thank you, Manager Ritzma. And then I saw a couple commissioners with hands up. Commissioner Hess.
Yeah, this might be an appropriate place for I was going to make this during commissioner comments, but since we're talking about the election, if people want information about the election and what's on the ballot, you can go to vote411.org. Vote411.org, and it has information about all the candidates and access for the election.
Thank you, Commissioner Hess. Commissioner Pradel, did you have a question?
Yeah, this is for Clerk Borling. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Clerk Borling, I know that there are a number of polling locations for day of voters that will have changes here based on requests from public schools to remove polling locations from public school sites. I don't expect that you remember or can name all of the changes off the whim, but needless to say, would you definitely encourage people to double check their polling location, before they leave to vote, and just kind of make sure that they have a plan about the location, and then where can they best find that polling location if they want to look it up?
Thank you, Commissioner Pradel. Yes, I would very much encourage people to go and check their polling location, check their voter registration status before Election Day, come up with a plan. The best place to go is michigan.gov/vote or mi.gov/vote. It's the Michigan Voter Information Center. All of the polling location information that's there is current and up to date. And in addition, just so people are aware, if you go to one of the old polling locations, there will be signage there with a map showing where the new polling location is. So that will be there on Election Day as well. But we definitely encourage people to, take a look and make sure you know where you vote.
Thanks for the question, Commissioner Pradel, and thank you, Clerk Borling. Next on our agenda is unfinished business. Manager Ritzma.
We have J1, which is adoption of a resolution to provide a 5-year extension to the industrial facilities tax exemption granted to Graphic Packaging International, LLC, in 2020, and to approve an amendment to the exemption certificate agreement between the city and Graphic Packaging International.
Thank you, Manager Ritzma. Is there a staff report on this?
Yeah, I'm going to turn things over to our community investment manager, Antonio Mitchell, who is going to MC the discussion around this topic.
Thank you, Manager Ritzma. Mr. Mitchell.
Good evening, everyone. Again, Antonio Mitchell, Community Investment Manager, Community Planning and Economic Development. Thank you again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Commission, City Manager, for having hopefully the final discussion on this graphic packaging issue. Going to provide a little more background information just to catch everyone up. Pretty much what's going to happen here is that you're going to have pretty much myself, James Baker, and City Attorney Clyde Robinson speak on the city's behalf on updated information. And then we also have graphic packaging staff here as well to answer any additional questions you may have of them. So just a little background for the public. Last year in September, the City Commission approved a tax abatement, mainly in the process of going with the process of the city's point of working with South Michigan First, the state of Michigan, to compete with the expansion and growth development of graphic packaging here in the city of Kalamazoo. In that process, the whole idea was to sustain the existing 625 jobs that are already here, but to also, in the case of this project, have an investment of $600 million here on the north side at this location, and provide up to 25 new jobs that pay between $50,000 and $70,000 a year. The approval was for tax abatement, was looking at a 12-year tax abatement approval. It was sent to the state. The state of Michigan Tax Commission does not provide contingency in their process of approval. We had asked for, by your approval, for a 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, and a 6 year approval for the tax abatement to add up to the 12 years. The state of Michigan said, no, you cannot do that. You could only have 1 year at a time, and you have to come back and get extensions for the other years if necessary. It was recommended by city staff that the city have just a 5-year extension with the additional, with graphic packaging coming back for additional 6 years was the recommendation. In that process, we have worked with graphic packaging over the last year. They have informed us that the investment of the $600 million is almost complete. It'll be complete pretty much this year of that investment. Their investment of creating 25 new jobs has exceeded that, way beyond that number. And they have created over 140 new jobs that they have hired for this site, for this development project. In this process of discussion over the last couple of months, we have discussed, which I'll let City Attorney Clyde Robinson discuss a little bit more on the community investment agreement that we're looking at hopefully adding to this process to assist us with ongoing communication with the approval of this tax abatement with graphic packaging on the order issue and other community engagement initiatives that we feel fit to work with them on. But first, before we get to Clyde to discuss about that issue, wanted Mr. Baker to talk about the odor issue that has been consistent discussion over the last couple of months, to give you an update on not only the October 5th presentation by Eagle, but to give a better understanding on what the situation is and what we're working on currently. Mr. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Again, this is James Baker. I'm the Public Services Director and City Engineer here for Kalamazoo. If I may ask DCM Chamberlain to put up some slides here as I provide some updates to our third quarter odor task force report, as well as the update on the October 5th Eagle community update on the ongoing health study. So thank you, DCM Chamberlain. Just wanted to let members from the community know that this is now our fourth quarterly odor task force report update. You saw a fourth quarter report from last year, and then quarters 1, 2, and 3 from this year. There's a tremendous amount of information available. All of that information can be accessed online to anybody who has access to the internet. The web address is on the screen in front of you. That's kalamazooCity.org/odor task force. And within that web link, that also has the ability for folks to access the odor observation forms. There's a link for that. And then there's all of our reports listed out there. And so just to kind of talk through some of the highlights of the Q3 report, That report in itself is over 5,000 pages. All these reports are lined out to where you could just read the report. That usually is somewhere in the neighborhood of about 30 pages. And then there's all the supplemental appendix items, and those are all clearly labeled of what they are, so folks can kind of explore on their own, utilizing this website as kind of their launching base for that exploration. So to talk about that progress, the engineering continues on the proposed biofilter. There's some discussion of that in the report. We've conducted an additional focused odor sampling event at the Crown Prouty Community Center location. There's some discussion about that in the report. We conducted both grab, continuous, and composite sampling at the Crown Prouty location. This was conducted over a series of 1 to 3 week period, and we looked at a wide panel of both sulfur compounds and VOCs. We have not received those results back yet. Those results will be shared during the next quarter report. Community online odor observation web link is now up and available. You'll see within the appendixes, we've got a heat map available to show those reported volumes in terms of how many calls we're getting via that web observation form, and where those are. That heat map is Appendix C. And again, that odor observation link is right there, on this launching website. We've also have within this update, we've got long-term trends for all the community sample locations, as well as all the plant sample locations. These are long-term trends that go from the implementation of the EnviroSuite system back in September 2019, all the way to September of 2021. So next slide, please. The next discussion item is an update of the October 5th EAGLE, that's the Environment, Great Lakes, and Energy, community update on the ongoing health study. Again, there's a tremendous amount of information here. This was conducted by several state and federal agencies. This web link, michigan.gov/EAGLE, graphic packaging altogether, is kind of the home base, if you will, for all this information. To kind of talk through that health study, you've got the information in front of you here. There was a presentation. This has been an ongoing effort, cooperative effort between the City of Kalamazoo, EAGLE, the EPA, Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, who's also getting support from the federal agency, which is ATSDR, or the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry. EAGLE has completed sampling events and investigations independently. EPA has conducted sampling events, some of those vehicular sampling events where they actually go around on a vehicle and collect mobile data. We've have City Kalamazoo sampling events, both events similar to that, like I described at Crown Prouty location, with all that information handed over to these agencies, as well as the ongoing continuous odor monitoring via the EnviroSuite system. The data gathering is one component of that. So you see that the city's been conducting a lot of sampling events, like I described, both continuous with EnviroSuite, as well as we've been out doing some targeted investigations where we actually go utilizing EPA test methods, Zuma canisters, and we're collecting both composites and grab samples. We're collecting wide panels of potential air pollutants, and all that information is being transmitted to these state and federal agencies. The city is using a lot of information to help inform the design process as we continue to work through improvements here at the treatment plant, as well as improvements of the sewer system. At the state level, folks, if you will, these are folks that are toxicologists. We had heard from toxicologists at Eagle, Keisha Williams, and we've also heard from a toxicologist at Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, Brandon Reed. Again, we share all of our information with these folks at these agencies who are also getting information from independent investigations by either EPA or Eagle themselves. That study data is being utilized by the toxicologist reference, as well as I understand that Michigan Department of Health and Human Services is working internally with epidemiologists to help investigate asthma rates in the community around the wastewater treatment plant and graphic packaging. And so on October 5th, we heard an update from these health experts. The health study is not complete. It's ongoing, and it will continue to be ongoing for some time. This is going to take some time to continue to investigate this. And again, we support this work, through our partnerships with these state and federal agencies. So at that point, this concludes my update on the odor task force work, as well as my knowledge of the health study that is ongoing. I can turn it back over this time to Manager Mitchell. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Pretty much we can go to City Attorney Clyde Robinson now. He's going to talk about the resolution amendment to add the community benefits agreement component and what that means, and to also inform you as the Mayor Commissioner on the next steps on the voting process for this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. I want to start out with where we got to this evening. Originally, this was, as was outlined by Mr. Mitchell, a year ago, you approved basically a 12-year abatement. What is now being presented to you is a series of changes that have been made since this has come back to the City Commission. The first is, instead of 12 years, it's only being requested for an additional 5 years. So in essence, there's already been a 1-year abatement, and the proposed 5 years would basically cut the amount of abatement currently in half. Now, that does not preclude graphic packaging, if this is approved tonight, asking for an additional 6 years at the end of the term of this agreement. Secondly, there is a local agreement that was part and parcel of the abatement resolution that was adopted a year ago. That has been further amended with an addendum that's referenced at paragraph 4 of the resolution to clearly indicate that graphic packaging will continue to install and maintain odor monitoring devices, comply with state and federal regulations regarding odor emissions, and work in good faith with the city and the odor task force going forward during the period of this facilities exemption certificate. In addition, they have to give a yearly report documenting the things that they've done. So that was all in place in the last time you considered this a couple of weeks ago. What has changed since then is that, given the remarks both of the public and this commission, is the next step, and that is at paragraph 5 of the proposed resolution. And paragraph 5 is the creation of a steering committee to put together by April of next year a community benefits agreement. Now, community benefits agreements have been discussed somewhat by the City Commission in the past, as they've been discussed a little bit by our Planning and Community Development, our Economic Development Department, but they really haven't, we haven't used them much, and it was suggested that this may be a further option to address some of the concerns that were raised in the comments, again, by both commissioners and the public. And so what we're suggesting is, and what's being added to this resolution, is that representatives of the city and graphic packaging will appoint members to a steering committee no later than December 1st of this year, and that committee will work it can be sooner, but no later than April 4th, to present a community benefits agreement to the city commission for consideration at a public hearing and adoption. That would include an advisory committee that would consist of members of the public, graphic packaging, and the city. Now, let me talk a little bit about community benefits agreements, because they are somewhat of a new phenomenon in this country. They have been used in the past in the United Kingdom, and I can do a little bit of research in that regard, but I've researched more or less what's occurred in the United States. The primary agreements that have been referred to, I'm aware of 4: Los Angeles, New York City, Atlanta, and the city of Detroit. None of them are, you can't take one of them and say, oh, this is the model everybody uses. Oh, and there's one more, the state of New Jersey. The first community agreement developed in Los Angeles. New York used a different type of an approach, but also had community benefit agreement. I'm not very familiar with the one in Atlanta. I haven't done a lot of research on that. The city of Detroit actually adopted a community benefits agreement process as a initiated ordinance. And most recently, the state of New Jersey, as a legislative matter, has adopted a requirement that certain projects of a certain size have to have a community benefits agreement. What these community benefits agreements do is try to have some type of nexus for the entity that's getting the benefit of whatever they're getting, as in this case, a tax abatement, and have some discussions as how that will impact the local community. You have to be a little careful in what you do with those benefit agreements, because there is constitutional concerns that come about. For instance, one of the remarks that we heard tonight in regard to don't approve this abatement, but because, or you should be spending that abatement money to provide housing. Well, graphic packaging isn't in the business of providing housing. They're not proposing a housing development. So for us, the city, to say somehow that graphic packaging is part of the community benefits agreement has to provide housing would likely be an unconstitutional extraction, because there is no essential nexus between putting in a new machinery and generating jobs and providing housing. That kind of clause would not withstand challenge. What we can talk about, however, is the job creation piece to make sure those jobs continue to exist. We can talk about the odor issues as part of that abatement condition. And there may be some other things too that we can negotiate and discuss with graphic packaging representatives as we put together this community benefits agreement for city commission approval in no later than April of next year. So that's what's being proposed. The other thing is the community benefits agreement would run concurrently with the abatement, the industrial facilities exemption certificate, and any extension to that agreement or certificate if it occurs. So that's kind of a general overview of both community benefits agreements, where we have been, where we're at now, and what is being proposed.
Thank you, Robinson. So now we're willing to answer any questions that may come forth from the mayor, vice mayor, commissioners at this time. Like I stated, graphic packaging has attended again to assist with answering any questions from their standpoint from the company.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Questions for city or graphics packaging representatives from commission? I don't see any questions at this time for the team. Then the recommended motion is adoption of this resolution, which includes all the items that were mentioned by Attorney Robinson. Is there such a motion? Motion made by Commissioner Urban. Is there support?
Support.
Support from Commissioner Hess. Discussion. Commissioner Cunningham.
I guess I'll start off by just envisioning what this will look like in 2015. In 2015, we were facing crazy budget shortfalls. Multi-million-dollar budget shortfalls moving forward. And then the commission between that time and when I got back on the commission moved forward with the opportunity to receive dollars from the Foundation for Excellence, also known as Foundation for Excellence. In 2015, had this tax abatement came across our table and we started having this constructive conversation, we would dream of investing the money, but we wouldn't have the money readily accessible. I think my colleague, Commissioner Prado, mentioned it earlier. Some of the things that we are investing in are changing lives real time as it pertains to the odor and the odor mitigation here in the city of Kalamazoo. So fast forward to now, where again, and just in the last year, we've seen millions of dollars go into research, millions of dollars go into actual resolutions or solution-based ideas or opportunities to try and address something that obviously has plagued our community for my entire lifetime. And so to city staff, earlier I had an opportunity to speak to Director Baker, and it's always a pleasure to talk to him because he's gonna give you more than enough as it pertains to detail. And it's interesting because I'm huge with learning, and every time I speak to him, I learn something new. It's just inevitable. But we had dialogue around the health side of things. Again, mitigating the smell is one thing, but understanding the impact on our community from a health standpoint is another. And so, I got the opportunity to see and get a better understanding and details of what's transpired over the last year and what's the expectation moving forward. Again, I won't be here. This is actually my last city meeting. But it feels really, really good to know that Director Baker is at the table, advocating for this community. And not only is he advocating, but when you have a content expert, it's hard to pull the wool over his eyes. And so that's something that I truly appreciate about his leadership in this opportunity. And again, it takes two to tango. And as I mentioned to Graphics Packaging and their leadership over and over again, unfortunately, this is just the landscape that we were dealt. Most of the decisions that we are making and having to make right now were decisions to address things that's been happening for hundreds or, for over 50 years. And so they predate most of us here on this Zoom. So again, I am in support of the 5-year extension. Again, I think we as a community have to be vigilant and stay at the table. This can't be something that we just walk away from because the tax abatement is there. Again, I really don't have words for it because it's frustrating. I know I mentioned it earlier, certain things are just necessary evils. It should have been done before I got here. And it's not rocket science as it pertains to, community needs and understanding how this is impacting our community. Again, I don't know if there was negative health implications based upon everything that's transpired. I can't say one way or another about that. But it should be easy to understand that when there's concern, you have to answer and have dialogue and figure out what we can do to move things forward. So those are my comments for tonight. And I look forward to hearing from my colleagues also on their thoughts and sentiments.
Thank you, Commissioner Cunningham. And just a reminder, you do have one more meeting, my friend. So don't jump out too soon here. Other discussion. Commissioner Knott.
Yes, thanks. So on top of page 3 in our agenda packet, the memo about this particular item, it says that we do have the option, and I think I heard this from another staff member, of approving something less than 5 years. And so I think my concern, and it's the same concern that I had a few weeks ago, is I'm not seeing anything from the North Side Neighborhood Association, from the Stewart Neighborhood Association, the East Side Neighborhood Association as it relates to their support on this abatement. And while I appreciate the discussion related to a community benefit agreement, this isn't necessarily a new concept, because I recall Director Kick brought up CBAs, a year plus ago when she was working, I believe, through that special, I'm blanking right now, the special opportunity she had with the Arcus Center, just a couple blocks from me. So I lift that up because I don't understand why we would cement something in 5 years. I recognize that, and I asked the city attorney about this a couple weeks ago, as it relates to what recourse that we have. But now we're talking about a CBA, and I would really like to see that process finalized and see what the benefit to the community is, what are the safeguards that we're putting in place, how we're strengthening our position before we approve a 5-year tax abatement. So that's my position on all of this. We could have been talking about creating a CBA, some time ago. It wasn't a news bulletin that the state rejected the work that happened last year. And it just feels like a Hail Mary to get the vote passed through instead of actually being conscientious about what might be best for the communities impacted.
Thank you, Commissioner Knott. Other discussion. Commissioner Pradle.
Sure. Just kind of patience with me here while I'm going through my notes here, but I do appreciate, the thought going through to create a community benefits agreement, but I think something that's kind of gone through my head as I've thought about this in the last few weeks is kind of one of those things that's kind of right in front of us. If you think about the nature of tax abatements, they can be used for a number of different reasons or incentives to bring people here, keep people here, all those different things. In most cases, a tax abatement's not going to be given to somebody just for being like, you just be you, here you go. Here's however much, hundreds of thousands of dollars per year. If we as a commission tonight were to make the decision that, we're going to pass on giving a tax abatement, I think to myself, for the first time in a really long time, we have a company that is part of this equation, coming to the table, working together, collaborating to find a solution. And even in the short time since last September, the amount of work that I've seen in progress of working with them has precipitously increased. They're installing EnviroSuite sensors. They're taking steps of using treatments in their wastewater as it leaves the facility that they weren't doing before. They are part of the odor task force. And if you vote no for this tonight, what incentive is there to keep that keep that momentum together and keep working together and collaborating to solve the problems? And I'm not saying this would necessarily happen, but if it was just a flat out no tonight, what would be their incentive to keep working on this with us? I think that this could actually be something that's beneficial to us to, use as a tool to keep this going as a community, like finish the work, like, make them a part of that equation. And, the reality is like when you have somebody in this situation, like everybody's got to be at the table trying to solve the problem. Like And so, I think that this could actually be advantageous for the community in the long run, based on what we've seen since last September. We're getting quarterly updates. We, I have lost count of the number of meetings where representatives from the company have been on these calls. So, I think that there could be actually some progressive steps by doing it. And it might not seem like outwardly evident, but I mean, we've already seen it happen since we did this since last September. So I guess that's the other thing I wanted to just mention as well, is that, I've heard a number of comments over the course of this discussion about don't give this, incentive to the company, kind of almost like people are maybe thinking that it's like the company is set to come here, or the company is set to expand. The company is here. They're building a $600 million facility that's set to open in this next quarter of this year. It's not a question of like whether we want to support graphic packaging coming into our community, or whether we want to like dismantle a company that just invested $600 and built a $600 million facility. It is here. It's in the city of Kalamazoo. It exists literally, and it's going to open in months. And so, it's not a question of whether we want them here, or whether they should be here, or whether we want to dismantle them. At this point, the best hope that we have as a community to make progress is to like work with them at the table and keep working to make things better and better and better. So based on that, where I'm sitting, and I certainly always want to be a commissioner that can be persuaded differently, or change my mind into the very last minute, because I try not to formulate and decide prematurely what I'm going to do. But as of right now, I'm supportive of the vote.
Thank you, Commissioner Pradel. Commissioner Urban.
Yes, well, I think that the point that graphic packaging is already here means, well, they don't need any more incentives. They've already invested here. They're not going to leave. So why should we give them a break? Well, we have to look a little bit deeper to see how good relationships are formed and what it takes to keep them. If we were to turn down this tax exemption, chances are that graphic packaging would not pull up stakes and leave. They might decrease further investment in odor control. And relationships certainly is going to be strained with some of the county, city engineering staff, I suspect. But that can be overcome, I suppose. But what's more serious is if this were to be denied, the whole state is going to know about it. We're not operating in a vacuum. News travels very quickly among companies about where is a good place to invest in plant and equipment. And this would be something that would be quite a setback, because basically we, in my opinion, would be essentially reneging on the investment we've been making in our relationship over the past 2 years. Why I'm inclined to vote in favor of this is I want to preserve the high quality relationship that we now have. And I'm willing to overlook what has happened in the past, long in the past, because we can't put those orders back in the bottle. They've been dispersed throughout the world by now. But we can look forward, and I want to create the most harmonious conditions possible for having a quality relationship going forward. When I think about how Upjohn behaved when the Clean Air Act came along, you'd be shocked to know how recalcitrant they were. So we can look back that far. I'd say graphic packaging is a model employer relative to Upjohn, is chemical division anyway. So that's just a little bit of perspective from my point of view. I think we'll be glad that we did this, and I for one trust them. I know some people among the public do not trust graphic packaging, but as a person who was elected for his judgment, as well as for collecting the opinions of my constituents, I'm going to go with my judgment on this matter.
Thank you, Commissioner Urban. Other discussion, Commissioner Knott?
Sure, I just quickly am going to respond to Commissioner Pradel. This is Commissioner Knott. Chris, I think the incentive is the company, if they're really walking the walk, they're going to care about the community and they're going to continue to invest and put the people ahead of profits. And Jack, to your point, the relationship right now is built on the desire for the abatements. Where was graphic packaging years ago? I've been in my house for 15 years and I am on the southern fringe of the North Side neighborhood. And as I said in comments last year, the stank is crushing at times. And so for me, we're giving up any power we have right now by just rolling over and saying, yes, take this tax break, this tax abatement. And I would really like to see, again, I represent people too, Jack. And I have had people just like all of you have for weeks now, actually more than a year, talking about their concerns related to this corporate entity and the pollution and the asthma rates. And so I would like to see us put in place a strong community benefits agreement before we give away 5 years, because I'm not convinced that we will have recourse to dial it back once we give away the bank. So that is my concern.
Thank you, Commissioner Knott. Commissioner Hess?
Thanks all. I think through this process, we've seen real competition happening, literally competition to work with. It really means to work with. So working with one another, and we don't have the conversations about asthma rates, about public health, about environmental racism. And we don't mitigate these odors. We're not having the odor task force without this competition, this great competition. Should we move forward with a community benefits agreement, we work toward win-win. And it's true. I do plan on voting for it. I need to be convinced that it should be less than 5 years, but I believe that this conversation doesn't exist without the passion of so many in our community. And I think that we can move forward, we can heal, and we can totally get better and be better neighbors.
Thank you, Commissioner Hess. Vice Mayor Griffin.
Thank you, Mayor Anderson. So my comments are kind of in line with Commissioner Knott. The reason why I voted for this in the way that I voted initially is because I believe that vote would cause this conversation to be back in front of this commission at least several times over the course of, several years. And that is what has happened. But I do not feel comfortable going out another 5 years just because of this conversation right now. So oftentimes when we talk about doing what's right for people, doing what's right for the community, you have to convince people along the way. And you have to incentivize people for doing the right things. We had to do that with the housing ordinance. It's not enough to say, people are dying. It's not enough to say, this behavior is discriminatory. That's not enough. You have to incentivize people along the way, which can be very frustrating and discouraging for the people who have been living with the smell and who have been dealing with the effects of that smell. So for that reason, I don't feel comfortable going 5 years. I am in support of a community benefits agreement. I was happy to hear about a community benefits agreement from Director Kick, separate from graphics packaging, quite a while ago. And I had hoped that would be something we would be able to vote on as the 53rd City Commission. I do think that a community benefits agreement would be great. However, has not been vetted. We haven't done enough and it's too soon. So for that, I won't be voting yes on a 5-year extension.
Commissioner Cunningham.
So then I guess with those statements from the Vice Mayor and Commissioner Knott, I motion that we utilize the same plan that we had in place before and give a 2-year extension with the expectation of a 3 and a 6 after, to equal out the 12 years. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Cunningham. So just for some clarity on that for me, what is that process, Attorney Robinson, in terms of, a variety of lengths of times?
The only thing you can do is do one. That's what got us into trouble a year ago. And so the motion that was made by Commissioner Cunningham is to basically amend the resolution that would change paragraph 3, which asks for an additional period of 5 years. He's asking that be amended to 2 years.
Without the 3 and 6, because the 3 and 6 would have to obviously be voted on at the time of the end of the 2 years.
And so that would amend paragraph 3. It would change the word 5 to 2, and instead of commencing, and it would commence on December 31st, 2021, and would expire in December 30th, 2023.
All right, thank you, Attorney Robinson. So I've lost my place here a little bit. I believe, remind me, had we made a motion on the 5?
Yes, sir.
So a motion was on the floor for the recommended resolution for 5 years, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So Commissioner Cunningham, then you are proposing, correct my language here if I'm wrong, to amend that motion?
Yes, what I understood Commissioner Cunningham to say is he wants to amend from the proposed additional 5-year period to an additional 2-year period.
Okay, thank you. Is there support for that motion? Supported by Commissioner Pradel. Discussion on that motion. Commissioner Pradel?
Yeah, I can live with this. I think it's a good compromise. And, if I'm thinking back to some of the infrastructure improvements, the carbon scrubber, some of the other items, it looks like there's a timeline that Director Baker, correct me if I'm wrong, but is like 2023-ish. Anyways, for some of those things to be online.
So the carbon scrubber units, all 4 of those carbon scrubber units are now online and operational. The timeline for the biofilter is expected to extend out into 23 and 24, so that the timeline will encompass future and continuous improvement efforts, as well as the ongoing and expected continuous EnviroSuite odor monitoring and various other improvements that are operationally focused both within the wastewater treatment plant and within the graphic packaging facility operations.
All right, thank you, Director Baker. I mean, for that, I guess I think it makes sense for that as a compromise, and I also would feel comfortable knowing that there's at least 2 people, knock on wood, on commission that would be, here effectively in 2 years when that second decision would be made. So at least you have that institutional memory from when we did this as well. So, anyways, I mean, for that reason, I can support this and get behind it.
Thank you, Commissioner Pradel. Commissioner Urban, and I see Commissioner Cunningham, you have your hand up also.
Well, I'm going to oppose this amendment because the state tax commission isn't going to allow us to do that. The most they will do is grant a temporary exemption for maybe another year. So we're huffing and puffing here, but the state's got the cards. I'd rather propose a 1-year extension, which is what the state is probably going to grant them anyway, regardless of what we do. And use that 1 year to focus on developing a community benefits agreement that is enforceable and actionable and documentable in terms of its effect. So if we were not going to do a 5-year thing, I think the most that we can expect to gain support from with the state on is simply a 1-year extension, because I can't imagine the state economic development authority and the state legislatures and the treasury are going to actually prevent any tax abatement. So I'm just putting that out there as an alternative to 2 years. I think it's almost like, well, we are ignoring the fact that the state shot us down the first time, and we're practically reapplying the same thing like we didn't hear them. I think that's not wise.
Thank you. Just to follow up on that, is that an accurate representation of fact? Just out of curiosity, does anybody have any? Attorney Robinson?
Yes. I appreciate some verification of what I said, because I may have part of it wrong. And I certainly don't want to be go further down this road if I am wrong.
The question is, how many times do you want to keep revisiting this issue? You can say you got several options. You can say no, and that's it, or you can say we will extend it for any period of up to 1 to 11 years.
Thank you, Attorney Robinson. I'm sorry, Commissioner Cunningham.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mayor. To Commissioner Urban's point, where we were wrong is we put in not just 1 year, we put in 1, 2, 3, and 6, and that's where we're not allowed to do.
Okay.
Mine was just a question, point of clarity. Is it correct that this information has to be up to Lansing by the end of the month? What was that timeline again? If I can get a point of clarity on that.
The answer is yes. The quick answer is yes.
And then I think another point of clarity to your point, Commissioner Urban, even if we denied, and this is a question too for city staff, even if we denied moving forward, the state could still approve the tax abatement.
Clyde Robinson, City Attorney, that's my understanding.
Commissioner Knott.
Yes, so I will just, to Commissioner, this is Commissioner Aronott, to Commissioner Cunningham, I appreciate you making the motion, seeking a compromise. I think for me, I still would like to see a 1-year extension where we're explicitly connecting it to the work of this newly proposed community benefits agreement. I've heard far too many times, and I'm looking at the Vice Mayor right now, that we can't do X, Y, or Z because it's a year of elections. And we started hearing this in December of 2020, and we heard it in January of 2021, and then again in April, and so a 2-year extension, ironically, is also going to be an election year. And I just question how, we'll be able to, I won't be here, but the commissioners that are returning can visit such a important topic in 2 years when we have been limited on some of the things that the Vice Mayor and I have brought up back going to the 4th quarter of last year and the 1st quarter of this year because it's an election year. So I have some concerns about going out 2 years because of the transition that will naturally happen with the election. And most importantly, as I've stated numerous times, I'd like to see this work connected to that CBA that's just recently been proposed.
Commissioner Cunningham.
A motion amendment to my motion that it be a 1-year approval.
Attorney Robinson, how would we address this?
Yes, you can amend an amendment, but they can't go any further than that.
Can
But that
you,
it needs a second.
just a quick question, can the maker of the amendment withdraw it and the supporter withdraw and then a new amendment motion be made?
That's one approach. But that's not where you're at right now, parliamentary wise. What you have, and again, I don't want to get in too much in detail, but first you've got the main motion. There's been a proposed amendment. Now there is now a proposed amendment to the amendment, which is
Without okay. Support, but yes.
But that's
I support it.
All right. So now you've got an amendment to the amendment to go from 2 years to 1 year, which would then cause this to expire in 2022, December 30th, 2022.
All right, discussion on that motion. Vice Mayor Griffin.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Mayor Anderson. I was trying to catch it before the motion went through all the way. The only thing I want to make sure of is that the community benefits agreement can get tied into this. I know that that's not for graphics packaging, but how do we make sure that that conversation takes place? And so this time next year, that community benefits agreement is part of this.
Well, I will just make a comment on that. I don't know if you wanted to say something, Attorney Robinson, but in the motion, there was a couple different timeframes related to the community benefits agreement. Starting December 1st, if I'm not wrong.
Well, Mayor, why don't you let me jump in and save you that problem. December 1st is the first deadline in which the city and graphic packaging would name members to a steering committee. That steering committee would work and then must, by April 4th of 2022, provide a proposed community benefits agreement for city commission approval. And there would be a public hearing on that. And then if approved, the community benefits agreement would run concurrently with the term of the tax exemption or tax abatement. So in essence, assuming everything is approved, the community benefits agreement would expire December 30th, 2022. So what you would be doing is you'd be going through this process, and assuming that it would come back to the commission, perhaps as early as the fall or late summer of 2022, asking for an additional extension. But if it was denied, then the community benefits agreement would end at the same time the tax abatement certificate ended as well.
Does that help, Vice Mayor?
Yes, it does.
I mean, in essence, what we would be doing is we'd be working for the next few months for an agreement that could potentially only last 8 months.
Right. Commissioner Cunningham and then Commissioner Urban.
And this is to a question for Attorney Robertson. So considering I can't make any more amendments to my amendment,
you can't.
Would you advise under this case scenario that, well, let me make sure I'm asking that right. Am I right to say if we vote this down, someone else will have to come back and make a motion to potentially vote for a 1-year extension with the amendment of additional 5 years for the community benefits agreement? Or is that even a part of the motion that we can dictate? And did that make sense? I was trying to make sure I was asking the question correctly.
Yeah, well, where you're at now is if you've got an amendment to an amendment. So
Right.
if your proposed 1-year amendment fails, you're back to the 2-year extension.
Gotcha. Thank you.
The other thing is the community benefits agreement is tied to the abatement. And once the abatement is done, community benefits agreement is done. Because again, that goes to what I was indicating earlier. You can't require an extraction, if you will, for if there's no benefit in exchange. So the benefit would be done. I mean, the tax abatement would be done there, and there's no need for a community benefits agreement after that.
Well, it would be no community benefits agreement if it's not approved for another year or whatever that other 8 or however many years after that.
Well, no, the way that the resolution is drafted, as long as there's a industrial facilities exemption certificate in place, the community benefits agreement would run concurrent with that.
So they would have to, I'm sorry, I got lost. So next year, hypothetically, we approve next year, we come back to the table. We're looking at a year to, 8 years or 9 years. We approve 9 years. They would have to agree, graphics packaging would have to agree to another community benefits agreement in order for that actual piece to be ongoing.
No, the community benefits agreement would continue to run.
Okay, thank you. Yep, thank you. I appreciate that clarity.
Mr. Urban.
Yes, well, I think there's a real advantage here strategically and the negotiations here by having the community benefits agreement run concurrently with the abatement, with the intention of having an ongoing quality improvement situation with the owners and continuing commitment from the graphics packaging to honor the terms of the community benefits agreement. There's going to be a tremendous incentive to have this thing work. We're talking about what if it doesn't work, but what I see is the very high likelihood that it will work. It's another hurdle for the corporation. It's another chore for them to tie up their legal staff with and their accounting staff with. But given what's at stake here in terms of improving our community and the relationship with our industrial partners and the quality of the air here, I think it's great to have this tie bar, and I think it's going to help us actually get the extensions that everybody is hoping that they'll get by tie barring it. So this is coming out to be a pretty sweet proposal, actually, the way it's shaping up to me.
Thank you, Commissioner Urban. Is there a willingness to vote, go ahead and get a roll call on the motion to amend the motion?
Yes.
Is there openness to that?
Yes.
All right, then Clerk Borling, will you please call that roll?
Commissioner Urban.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Griffin.
Before I answer this is for the 1 year?
Yeah.
This is the motion to amend the 2-year motion. So this is the motion to amend the 2-year motion to a 1-year motion.
Okay, yes.
Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Cunningham.
Yes.
Commissioner Hess.
Yes.
Commissioner Knott.
Yes.
Commissioner Pradel.
Yes.
All right. So now, correct me if I'm wrong here, but we have amended the original motion now to a 1-year motion rather than a 5-year. Everything else stands. Correct, Attorney Robinson?
Right. The motion now before the body is to approve the resolution that would, in effect, extend the certificate for a period of 1 year to expire on December 2023.
All other language still included about community benefits agreement and everything else we went through.
That's correct.
All right.
Oh.
Can I be so forward as to say, are we ready, Commissioner Hess?
Did I hear you say 2023?
Yes, it would, because tax day is December 31st. The 1 year would begin December 31st, 2021, and it would expire December 30, 2023, which is basically a 1 year tax exemption. It would be an exemption for 2022 in essence. No, I'm sorry. I take that back. I made a mistake. 2022.
Yeah.
Thank you, Clyde. You were taking advantage of the fact that it is now 15 minutes into tomorrow. So
my notes got confused. Yes, it would commence on December 31st, 2021 and expire on December 30th, 2022. It'd be
thank you, Commissioner
1 year
Hess, for
extension.
checking that.
I apologize.
I'm going to suggest then that we are ready at this point to ask Clerk Borling to call the roll. We good? All right, Clerk Borling, please call the roll.
Okay, Vice Mayor Griffin,
Yes.
Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Cunningham,
Yes.
Commissioner Hess,
Yes.
Commissioner Knott,
Yes.
Commissioner Pradel,
Yes.
Commissioner Urban.
Yes.
Thank you, Commission. The motion passes. Now we are at the time on our agenda for Commissioner comments. Commissioner Urban.
I made mine right along. I don't have to say anything more.
Okay. Commissioner Cunningham.
I want to start off by thanking Graphics Packaging and city staff and the community at large. I have been adamantly working on the East Side Smell since 2015. And, you know, I've seen certain individuals in the community get involved, and, you know, when things take so long to catch traction, I've seen people come and go in the process. And so, you know, for my colleagues to support this opportunity to, you know, create this change in our community, I can't speak highly of it enough. And so I'm truly appreciative. I want to say thank you to Kalamazoo Public Safety. I did receive my card, recently lost a family member close to me. And so it went to the wrong place and now it's in the right place. So I truly appreciate that. Also, I send prayers and love to Geneva Morrow's family. As a colleague of mine that I went to school with who recently passed away and had a funeral today. Also, I find it exciting that city staff is working with Dabney and Co. To create, you know, what we approved on our agenda, you know, opportunity within this community. I think that is dynamic to our downtown. It'll be a very diverse space that I think is welcoming to all walks of life. And so that approval that we made today as a commission, I think was groundbreaking in my mind. Also, this body, in collaboration with the county government, some representatives from the county government, some representatives from this body, will be having a listening/discussion session on October 27th at 6 p.m. around gun violence. Check out my Facebook page to see the flyer on that. And I'm assuming it'll be up on the cities and probably the county's website also. This is my last official business meeting. And so again, man, it almost brings me to tears to have served with this group. And I'll say, you know, I loved everyone that I've served with, and it's been an honor, but this group has a special place in my heart just because, again, we went through some crazy, tumultuous times. And through it all, It wasn't perfect, but there was a respect. And I think that's the key component when we're trying to, as I would tell anybody who serves in this role, when we're trying to manage each other, trying to manage our appointees, and trying to manage our boss, which is the community. It gets difficult throughout that process. And, communication was strained throughout this process, but we persevered, and I think we still have some wins and some losses throughout this process. But again, you guys were a special group to me. And I'll keep my words short. I know I'll probably post some on social media, just highlighting some of the achievements, some of the things I'm proud of, and even highlighting some of the things that I wish I could have changed. And again, there will be a new commission coming on here relatively soon. We'll take the time to sit down with each one of them to, just impart my wisdom that I have as much as I can. And I hope that not only the new commission, but this body also, and my colleague, and our appointees and city administration continue to use me as an asset within this community. I won't be going anywhere. I've been here before the commission, so I'll continue to do the things I love to do after the commission. I've been ingrained in this community all of my life. I put in a lot of burdens on my back, and I've carried them all. And I hope that I've done that with grace to represent my family, my community, and all of those who love me and all of those that I love back. So again, Kalamazoo, I'll have a few words on our night of departing. But again, I can't put in the words how much I love you and how much I love, what is it? My Mayor Anderson would say, I love you, Kalamazoo. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Commissioner Cunningham. Commissioner Knott.
It's just very briefly, when we heard public comments earlier tonight, there were several callers that lifted up concerns as it related to the arrest that happened on Friday, August 8th, particularly as it relates to transphobia and the mistreatment of some of the LGBTQ plus community members that were then arrested and taken to the county jail. I just want you all as colleagues to know that in my official capacity at Equality Michigan, I've been made aware of of this issue, and my team and I stand ready to help these community members, but we're following their lead right now. So this was not new news to me in my official capacity. I've heard from several folks within the LGBTQ plus community here in town, and just wanted to lift up that this wasn't a new piece of information for me tonight, and that we're taking this matter very seriously at Equality Michigan. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Knott. Commissioner Cunningham, I'm sorry, before I move on, did you have your hand up, or are you?
Please forgive me. It is my last meeting. I did want to make a statement to that. I appreciate everyone in the community who reached out to me personally, about certain individuals in the community who dealt with the encampment issue. I was out of town for the original Ampersea closure, but I did have a chance to sit down, and it was unique. I just wanted to explain this experience. I sat down with public safety and reviewed the camera footage of everything that took place at the Ampersea. And what I took away from it was, obviously public safety has a very difficult job. They went in and they tried to provide a service as best as they could. And the way it looked was very, firm, fair, and consistent. And then I had opportunity to see the video. Well, let me even take that even further. I believe that I didn't see anything egregious from our public safety. And then I took a look at the video of one of the individuals who was really ingrained in that circumstance as it pertains to Ampersea. And it was so interesting how it felt completely different. And so I shared that with, leaders at public safety, just that, that's the reality that we deal with. Even in my visual opportunity to see with my own eyes, I saw it from one lens, and then I saw it from the other lens, and how drastically different that felt. And so that goes back into my statement that I made earlier. We have to have open communication. It's got to be ingrained post, pre, and after, or pre, post, and after, or you know what I mean. So I apologize, Commissioner Knott. I don't know if there's any additional comments, because I know that there's supposed to be a order. But thank you, Mayor, for allowing me to give those extra statements. And again, I will be ingrained in everything that we do moving forward in advisement and advocacy one way or another. So this issue we will continuously have obviously conversation on. So thank you again, Mayor Anderson.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Cunningham. Commissioner Pradel?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Wanted to start off with just a little bit of a more somber note, but wanted to recognize a member of our city team who passed away unexpectedly in a vehicular accident. For those who know, Preston Taverna is our Parks and Recs. He's our park supervisor since 2019. Passed away unexpectedly recently on October 12th. A young person leaves behind parents and siblings, just beloved and with people that worked with him. You see a number of tributes from individuals that posted, including at Kalamazoo and Bloom, and people that worked with him. Is just such a giving and caring individual who just wanted to make a positive experience for anybody that wanted to enjoy our parks. And so giving our Parks and Rec department our thoughts, his family and friends our thoughts as well. So I'll move on. I just also wanted to just note, I had a few individuals text me during the meeting, just kind of like notating about our facial expressions. I don't know if anybody has worked all day and sat in front of a Zoom meeting for, what is this, 7.5 hours, but it is exceedingly difficult to look into a camera for that amount of time. And it's not meant to give anybody the impression that we're not engaged or not listening. In fact, most of the time when I'm looking down, and probably a lot of us who are looking down, we're like jotting notes down in a notebook. And, you know, it helps me to kind of recap it after meetings to look at like things that people cared the most or things to follow up about, because we can't capture everything maybe in our comments. So I just wanted to make sure to share that, you know, I definitely want everybody to know that, you know, for me personally, I'm engaged and paying attention, and, you know, we just try to do our best in those kind of scenarios. I also wanted to just take a minute. I know we'll have a chance maybe next time to talk individually about each commissioner, but I also, you know, admittedly very much struggle when I hear people say negative. I don't really care so much about individual things for me, but when you work with a really great group of people and colleagues, I get to see firsthand with each one of those individuals, and I'm particularly talking about the 4 people who are coming off city commission next meeting. I mean, these people love this city and live this work, and I mean, are so focused and engaged, have to learn so much, and oftentimes, like in very difficult situations where you want to just snap back at somebody, you know, to take a step back themselves and just like process it and think how they're going to, you know, respond in a mature way that's responsible. I've just been exceedingly impressed by every one of you. It's not, you know, for the meager at heart. You really have to love this community. And, you know, I think that it's hard for me to listen to people say those negative things about you, because I know how much you care, and I know how hard you work and advance things that you hear about, and try to work with city staff to solve problems for people. I'm always just in awe of each one of you, and it's such an honor to serve with each one of you. I will very much miss working with each one of you. You know, I also think about just, you know, it was mentioned before about just like everything we've been through together. And I mean, just to think that in terms of like crisis a city can have, right? I mean, it's not unique to the city of Kalamazoo, it's worldwide, but in our world, what we've experienced in the last, you know, 20 months, I mean, probably really hasn't been experienced since maybe like World War II in terms of like crisis or like the Great Depression. And, you know, the fact that we've been able to like be a part of this together. And you know, like you said, Commissioner Cunningham, like, no, we didn't get everything right. You know, and I'm sure there's many things we could have done better, but, you know, I'm dang proud of the work that we did together and the ambitious agenda of things that we've done, like things that have been sitting, you know, for decades to be resolved, that are finally being resolved and dealt with. So anyway, so I want to applaud you guys for stepping forward and serving for such a long time. I've only been on a commission for 2 years, but you look at, Commissioner Knott, you're on year 6 here. I mean, Vice Mayor Griffin, you got more than the 2 years in, and we're doing work with the city even before that. Commissioner Cunningham, you were like 2015. Jack, you were on county before this, so you stood up a second time to serve with a different municipal government, and so I just applaud you guys for your service, and again, I'm just really appreciative of the opportunity to serve with you.
Okay, I'll go. This is Jean Hess, City Commissioner. Some of the callers mentioned that they were folks that worked with the people at the encampment. I want to thank you for working with the people at the encampment and for caring and being the compassionate folks that you are, because that's who our community is, and I appreciate you. I also was going to give my prayers and sympathies to the family and co-workers of Preston Taverna. What a loss by our community and by our city. I want to let you know that there was a subcommittee of myself, Mayor, and Commissioner Cunningham, who were working on the our appointee evaluation tool. And just to let you know that that's been revised for 2021, that it will be a part of the onboarding process for our newly electeds. And it will be in their hands December 1st. And they will be onboarded and educated on how to evaluate our appointees. So I just wanted everybody to know that. I also want to congratulate Kalamazoo College for opening and dedicating their new natatorium on campus over the weekend. It's a beautiful facility. A lot of competition happens there, a lot of other fitness activities. But one of the things that just received an award or just received mention here in Kalamazoo in commission was the Swim for Success program. And they're going to be able to continue and expand that Swim for Success program through Kalamazoo Public Schools and other youth entities, so that everybody in Kalamazoo can learn to swim regardless. So there's that, but like Commissioner Pradel, I feel like you're my seniors, Eric and Jack and Aaron and Patrice, like you're the graduating seniors, and I have to be here on the team, and I'm left here to carry on with Commissioner Pradel, and we'll see about Mayor Anderson, because he still gets to run for re-election. But it began, I feel like this commission, the 53rd commission, began by appointing a DEI director. And thank you, and just really from my heart to Dorla Bonner for the work she's done since then. And it's ended with her report, the report out about the state of where we are. And now we can move forward with that. So this commission oversaw that as well. This commission truly had a diversity of thought, of experience, of age, of orientation and gender and race. I feel just honored and blessed to have served with you for these 2 years. Jack, when I first saw you clearing brush at Kleinstuck Preserve for no reason other than it needed to be done, it made me know what kind of person you were, in that you didn't care who got the credit. It just had to be done. And you didn't care if anyone saw you doing it. The city was better because it was the right thing to do. Jack, I've appreciated your wisdom, your experience, your curiosity, your sense of fairness, and bringing all of your experience from business to the county to the city here to this table. And I really have appreciated getting to know you much better. I'll be reaching out. Eric, as you well know, you're never at a loss for words. And I kind of appreciate that. You've been a fierce advocate for the people of this community. My coaching self loves your football coaching self, and my fitness self loves your run this town self. And I appreciate you for that. Thank you for educating our citizens about sport and fitness with your life. And then all the times when you've shown up in the faith community for everything that they're doing to try and help and heal this community is really important to me to solve a problem. And it just shows me that how much you care about this community, and you said it, but I believe it. You truly do love this town. So thank you for your service. It's been an honor serving with you. And Aaron, when you asked me to testify to the House Subcommittee regarding transgender rights in sport, I was humbled, but I was keenly aware then of how you knew how to get things done. You're a tireless voice for those in need here in Kalamazoo and throughout the state. I'm inspired by your life's work. I'm inspired by your educating everyone in equity and equality into our world. Godspeed. And Patrice, Vice Mayor, we campaigned together and we won these seats together. And you hit the ground running with your fair housing ordinance and your work for the Civil Rights Board. And all of that entailed. I know it was so difficult for you to do, but you did it. I admire your respect, and I admire and respect your persistence, your perseverance as you advocated for the most vulnerable. I will carry that with me. You have used your voice well during your time here on this 53rd Commission, and I'm sure we've not heard the last of your voice within our community. Godspeed to you. And Mayor Anderson, you led the 53rd Commission with grace and strength. I admire your experience, your love of our city, and your visibility among all of our citizens. While these past 2 years have probably been the most difficult times to be mayor, like honestly, if we had said, tell you what, you run for mayor and X, Y, Z, A, B, C, D, E, F, G are going to happen. You probably would have removed your name from the ballot, but you didn't. So you stepped up and you have served us well. You've accepted the challenge. Thank you for showing up fully and for paying attention and for speaking truth. And as author Margaret Wheatley said, ask what's possible, not what's wrong. And that said, we're looking forward to the 54th Commission and your leadership as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hess. Vice Mayor Griffin.
Thank you, Mayor Anderson. Thank you, Commissioner Hess, for your wonderful comments. I'll try to keep mine very brief. Starting off, I know it's very late, so I imagine they are asleep, but I want to say hi to Seamus one last time. And thank you very much for tuning in to all of our commission meetings. So yeah, hopefully you'll have a chance to check that out tomorrow morning. But I wanted to just go back a little bit. For the DEI assessment, I wanted to thank Director Bonner and all of the city staff. That was something that we touched on at our committee of the whole meeting, but we've had a very full meeting this evening. I just wanted to say to city staff as we move forward with that assessment, someone that I completely respect and care for, who is a head of an organization, said that in their journey towards anti-racism, that they can't even protect the organization they serve if they really want to go down that path. And that really stuck with me. And I want to impart those words upon you all. Because if you're really going to go down this path, you're going to have to let go. You're going to have to drop the defensiveness, and you're going to have to accept the fact that you're not there. And the only way you're going to get there is by listening to those experts, in those fields. In terms of the encampment situation, I want to acknowledge all of the feedback that has come through, and say again I'll say this to City Manager Ritzema and to others in the city manager's office. I think we have opportunities. We have all sorts of opportunities to communicate directly and clearly with community, and to foster transparency, foster accountability, and help to build that trust. The way that situation took place, it was unclear. And so what shouldn't happen again is there shouldn't have to be clarity made through MLive, WWMT, or any other third party. We have to be diligent and at the forefront and be clear on what happened. If this body is not making a public decision, then the body didn't make the decision. And so that's something that we need to clear up quickly. So community is clear on how we're moving forward. We saw that happen with the protests of 2020, and still that's an issue now. The housing situation is a collective failure of all of us in this county. And I'm speaking as an elected. That's not to say that individuals and people have not tried to do their very best, but as a collective, yes, we have failed. We do not have enough housing in our county, and we don't have any sanctioned outdoor space. That's a problem. And until we get those things under control and fix those, we may see another encampment situation in the next 30 to 60 days. And while everyone is in the city of Kalamazoo, if our outlying municipalities are not on the same page, if we're all not on the same page, then we're going to recreate the exact same system. And I don't care where people are at. If they're in the city of Kalamazoo, they need to be treated with dignity and respect. And for that reason, we also need to be really listening to our community members when they call in and voice opinions, because they are the ones who are the constant in this situation, not us as electeds. We change every 2 years. Also, I do want to say, as some folks were speaking about vouchers, and I've said this previously, vouchers only work if they are accepted. The city of Kalamazoo, we unanimously passed a housing ordinance that included source of income protection for people who carry vouchers, but the outlying municipalities have not done that. So that means you can flood as many vouchers as you want to, but everybody will be living in the city of Kalamazoo unless we open that up. Since that's not realistic, we need to make sure we open that up. In terms of how the situation was handled, thank you, Commissioner Cunningham, for speaking to that with respects to the clearing of the encampments. I myself have not seen the video. I was under the impression that that was going to be released publicly. And so maybe that's something that will still be. And forgive me for being all over the place. I wanted to try to make sure I addressed as many issues as I could. But like Commissioner Cunningham, I will probably follow up with some additional comments, releasing them on social media. We still have through the end of this month to serve, which I will do vigorously until the end of the month. Well, November 1st. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just a few things here. Maybe I'll start with the camp, because obviously the camping situation, and I'm not going to say a great deal about that, but we are certainly in this country in a situation of human tragedy, and it is the case for someone who spent a great deal of time involved in the creation of affordable housing and still doing that work, that our federal government abandoned its commitment to deeply affordable housing literally 35 years ago. And we are now seeing the results of that. And it's interesting, right now, discussion about, what could we do with $850,000? And we are in a very bizarre building situation in this country right now where literally creating a unit of new housing is costs you approximately $250,000 on average. So you're talking about little, slightly more than 3 units if you're talking about that number that was thrown around. Just a couple other things too that I don't want to forget is that it is certainly also the case that seeing people outside is a very big reminder about folks who do not have housing of their own. And we are very focused on that. And I don't want to diminish that focus at all. However, I just want to raise a couple of issues. And that is this, for what it is that I have a team that's out in camping areas and has been for years, 365 days a year, basically. And we do regular census tracking. And when it comes to people that are camping outside, it is, virtually 100% single people. It is about 95% Caucasian people, and is about 2/3 male. And so what happens as we focus on that and maybe begin to direct a lot of energy that way in terms of resources? What we miss is that if you look at the overall numbers, for at least in the data systems that we still use, is called homelessness in Kalamazoo County, that is not representative of our population that is defined as homeless by HUD. Our population is defined as homeless by HUD skews African American and skews children and skews moms with their kids. And so I just don't want to, in all this attention, to miss that and to direct resources entirely driven by that. I'm not diminishing from the fact that resources need to be directed, but let's not forget that we have a lot of families and a lot of young people in that situation who are staying at the gospel mission or staying with their mother or grandmother in a senior 1-bedroom apartment or with friends. And it is imperative that we keep that at the front of our minds when we still thinking about what we need to do as it relates to affordable, safe, decent housing for people in our community. I've had the opportunity to be involved in some activities over the last week here, which I can say are just profoundly positive and uplifting kinds of events. And oftentimes when you're here on the commission and doing this work, you're making decisions and you look at us talking about it that are, there's 60-40 decisions, there are 55-45 decisions. You're just trying to thread your way to a best case scenario. And you could argue sometimes either side of that. But the situations that the events I got to be part of here over this last week or so are not in that classification. These are generally things that are like 110% awesome, great things. So I just want to list through a few of those right now. This first one in my mind is huge. And that is that we have a public high school in the city of Kalamazoo that has been to more national mock trial championships and won more state championships and won nationals than like any other place in the country, and that is Kalamazoo Central High School. And yes, and Michigan has never held the national mock trial competition, never happened in the state of Michigan. Well, guess what? Kalamazoo is going to be where that's going to be held in May of 2022, next year. National mock trial championships here in Kalamazoo. And one of the people leading up that effort is a local attorney, James Liggins, fabulous person in every respect, who literally got a tap on the shoulder back when he describes himself as a 110-pound sophomore at Kalamazoo Central High School by someone who recruited him to participate in mock trial, which he describes as changing the course of his life. And there are opportunities for that across the board, whether you go on to be part of the legal profession or not. It is an opportunity for you, to learn about yourself and succeed. And those are the kinds of opportunities we need to have more of in this town. So mock trial, I'm going to be talking about that between now and May 5th, when it's going to start being here in Kalamazoo. Another thing that's awesome was a K College homecoming happened this last weekend. Our own Commissioner Gene Hess presented an individual who was awarded, I think, the Hall of Fame. Is that right? For
Athletic
athletes
Hall of Fame.
at K College?
Yep.
Very nice presentation from everything I heard. I wasn't there, but I did go to the civic engagement tent that happened the next day. And that's another great thing that happens in Kalamazoo. K College, 20th year, recognizing city civic engagement by young K College students across our community. Couple places where that happens. Woodward School that I live right across from. I see K College students coming and going from Woodward School. That's something that's been going on for years. Interfaith Homes, tutoring program, CAPS, staffed all by K College students. Just two examples of how we engage with young people who are attending college in this community. Awesome thing. I already mentioned this, but I get to be the recognition for the now MERS Tate College up at Western. And the MERS Tate Explorers, Sonia Collins, who runs that. If you are feeling like you don't have a hero or somebody you want to emulate or someone that you could strive and will never come close to accomplishing what she did despite everything stacked against her, look at MERS Tate. Dang impressive life and accomplishments. I went to the Boys and Girls Club fun event that was down at Mayor's Riverfront Park. Great event, good place to have it. Boys and Girls Club, another fantastic nonprofit here in town. Bobby Zell, former director, is leading up the fundraising for that organization. There's going to be a new building built right where Grapevine Furniture used to be on Portage, right adjacent to the new Edison School that's being built there by KPS. Now's your time. You got a lot of place you want to put some dollars. Boys and Girls Club is raising money to get that facility built to engage with young people once again, to help people help find a positive way to spend a positive way to spend their time. That's what we want to see in Kalamazoo. And then lastly, November 8th, which is our next meeting. And we will all be there and we'll have a chance for more comments, but I believe that we are going to have that event in person at the City Commission chambers. I guess I could be dissuaded from that notion, but the extent that we can have these virtual kind of meetings is ending at the end of December anyway. And one thing that is, I talked to Vice Mayor Griffin about, you'll have to, if anyone's going to help share the blame with me about suggesting in person, I believe that Vice Mayor Griffin will step up hopefully and share that blame, because she said to me, this is really an event that is an important event for new members of the commission to participate in. And it's symbolic, but it means a lot, and we should do that in person. So that means we're talking about that meeting being in person, and that probably is what the future looks like here, unless something changes in terms of re-extending an emergency order. That means some things we're going to have to prepare for, but seems like it's been years since we've done that, but this is what we're looking for at our next meeting. We'll have opportunities for more heartfelt comments at that time. Pleasure serving with everybody. I love you, Kalamazoo. We're adjourned.